Hey, good morning. This is Zoom number 99, and this is May 31st, 2025. And my name is Dr. Merlina McCullough. I'm the host of this Zoom, and Mike Roca is my co-host, and I am gonna be looking for Mike right now so I can admit him and make him our co-host. Let me see.
Morning, Doc.
Good morning, Mike. Sorry, it took me forever to get on. Anyway, all right. So they are supposed to come in an hour, Mike, our speakers. So look for Ruby Ellis and Bobbie Loewer. Okay. And I think Arnell is supposed to come. I hope he comes. Okay. I got a message from Ruby right now. Ruby said, I know she went, okay. She said 7 a.m. she's already on, and I guess she did not was able to come on. I need to apologize to her because we're running 5 minutes late. But
No
anyway,
worries, Doc.
do you see her yet? There's Debbie. I see Jovelyn is new, I think, right?
Yes.
Michael, maybe you, Narag, and Eli Rose. Are you new, Eli? Or do you see Ellie? Do you say Ellie? Ellie, how do you say your name?
Ellie Rose.
Ellie. Okay. See, in the US, it would be Eli. Okay. Who wants to get started? Somebody, if you're new, if you don't mind, just tell us about your, of course, your name and your professional info, like your experiences, degrees, and teaching philosophy, your experience, grades, and subject areas you have taught, and why do you want to come to the US? I think those were the basic questions that you might want to answer on your introduction. And don't look at any note. I mean, if you look at any notes, just kind of glance at it, but not really stare at it, because it will be better if you're actually going to be talking to us instead of just reading. Okay, we want to see your beautiful faces. All right, Debbie, it's nice to see you again, Deb. All right, who wants to get started? Mike, I'm gonna let you. Mike. Mike is I want to let Mike or Debbie here to help me as well. So, Mike, who do you want to call first?
Okay. Mm-hmm. Can we have Jovelyn Bulio
Jovelyn
if she's ready? I'm so sorry for this impromptu
is ready. I'm sorry
introduction.
for the delay. It's my fault.
Mhm. Ma'am Jovelyn, are you ready to introduce yourself
We
or
get started here quickly. Jet is here. So I told Dwayne I'm not gonna say too long today, but of course Jet is still asleep, so we're good. I already cooked him breakfast. That's what took me longer time too, Mike. I was cooking breakfast for my son. He just got back from South Korea and Japan.
okay, yeah. Ma'am Jovelyn, will you turn on her video now?
Javelin. Okay, go ahead, Javelin.
Hello, good morning in the USA and good evening from here in the Philippines. So my name is Jovelyn Bulio and I am a graduate of Bachelor of Secondary Education, major in Physical Science. And believing in professional growth, I pursued my Master of Arts in Education, major in Science, and graduated in 2018. I have been working as a K-12 science high school teacher here in the Philippines in a public school, and I believe that teaching experience has brought out the best version of my high school science teacher self. As a teacher, my teaching philosophy is always anchored on individualized instruction, and I believe that every student should actively engage and should be feeling free in learning in their own learning process. And I always advocate inclusivity inside my class, and that's it.
Okay, and describe what inclusivity looks like in your classroom.
Well, inclusivity in my classroom would mean that everybody has equal opportunity to learn and
Very good.
everybody is
Okay. Do you do any special differentiation things in order to make sure you address all your learning styles in your classroom?
yes, actually in my class, in my chemistry class, I would in one of the tasks that one of the tasks that I am providing my students would be one of the remarkable lessons would be balancing equation because in balancing equation it's not always important that students are just mathematically inclined. They will not just solve, but um, merely believing in multiple intelligences. I see to it that everybody has equal opportunity to learn. Like, for example, some groups are physically active, they are bodily kinesthetic intelligent. So I let them, I let them create steps on a certain topic, like for example in balancing equation, how do they show importance of balancing equation through an act or a dance. And for some groups who are musically inclined, I let them compose a jingle about balancing equation. And for interpersonally intelligent individuals, I let them compose a poem and then recite it in the class. So everybody has equal opportunity. Their interests are emphasized in my classroom.
Very good. I love it. It sounds like your classroom is going to be very fun. Sound like you have a very, very exciting classroom. By the way, our main speaker, Dr. Ellis, is here, Ruby. So you just heard the first candidate here, Ruby. Too bad you're not needing a science person. Miss Dr. Ellis is a federal coordinator. It's like I guess it's almost like an assistant superintendent is how I look at you, right, Ruby? And she's a dear friend of mine, or has become one. And she works at
Hi.
Clarendon, and she's yeah looking for this is Jovelyn, Ruby, and this is she's looking for what special ed and oh, I cannot hear you. Your sound is off. Hang on. You might want to to unmute yourself. Hang on. She's trying to find her. Okay. Yeah, you're still muted.
Can
Okay,
you
there you
hear me
are.
now?
So
Okay.
Ruby, what was the other subject that you were looking for?
We need a special education teacher and a high math teacher, 712.
Okay, hi math.
Mhm.
Jovelyn, you don't have math at major too, do you?
Oh, I don't. I
No.
just wish I'm a math major, but I can compute. But I'm not a math major. I'm a science major. But science involves a lot of
Yes.
numbers and math.
It really does, but the thing is in Arkansas they're very strict about alignment. So and
Mhm.
also the visa, we won't be approved unless it's aligned to your job
Mhm.
offer. And
Mhm.
Ruby knows this well because she has actually employed a Filipina teacher before that she loved and loved her.
Yes, very
But she
much.
moved to Texas. But anyway, by the way, Ruby, Betsy called me and they were planning to come here this weekend, but decided not to. But eventually they're going to come. I'm sure she'll come visit you. But
Oh,
anyway,
goodness.
so Betsy, thank you again, Jovelyn. Do you have any question for us? This is, by the way, Jovelyn, is always a question that interviewers would ask you. Do you have a question for us? Don't ever say I don't. Always say yes, I do. Like, don't you? Did you agree, Dr. Ellis?
Yes, I
They should
do.
always. So, what kind of question are you going to ask? Let's pretend Dr. Ellis is interviewing you. So, what would you ask her, Javelin?
Hello, Miss. Yes. I'm just very curious of what trainings do you offer to newly hired science teachers in your school?
Okay.
Ah, great question.
We have a professional development the first week of our school. I mean, where you learn procedures and ethics. We do also, Merlina knows about, there are qualified, like mandated reporter, human trafficking. There's qualified PD that we do. Also, we train our new novice teachers in RISE training. I don't know if you've heard of RISE
No,
training.
it will be that's Arkansas specific. Yeah.
Science of reading. So
Mhm.
anyway, and then you love science, so we support any training that you would ask for
Yeah,
in
they
science.
they are a neat school. Yes, a very one of the best schools I've worked with. So yeah, you would love it if she ever hires our people. You'll be one of the lucky ones. So yeah,
Yeah.
thank you, Ruby.
Uh-huh.
Jovelyn, you did an awesome job on your introduction. You're very fluent, and I'm sure Dr. Ellis can add to this. You're very fluent, and you act very confident, which is a good thing, right? You can always tell by the body language that you know what you're doing. And it sounds like your classroom is going to be very engaging. And I love that you are actually having them use their multiple intelligences in your classroom, in your science classroom, especially. Most science classroom are just like, okay, let's just do this and then that's it. Sounds like you're doing some presentations and all that. And that's always going to make your classroom more fun than others, more engaging and more memorable for students because that's how I taught. I always taught that way. My sister and I both, we always taught during using project-based learning, where they're always going to be researching and presenting and all that. So, okay. So thank you so much for attending. And this is a big window of time. You don't feel like you're stuck with it and stay. You can just leave. You can put in chat to Mike that I'm going to have to leave or whatever. It doesn't matter. But usually we have people that would stay. But today, since Dr. Ellis, my son Jet, as you know, it's 26-year-old. He just arrived from South Korea and Japan and is visiting us. And so Dwayne, like,
Congratulations.
yeah, I know, I'm so excited. But so I made him breakfast early so that when he wakes up, he likes this Filipino fried rice and garlic rice. And then I had some longanisa, which is a Philippine sausage, kind of sweet sausage. I don't know if
Yummy.
Betsy had, yeah, it's really good. And he loves that. So I made him some this morning. Mike was early texting me, hi, Doc, about 6:30. He was already texting me. I'm like, I'm getting ready. But anyway, okay, Jovelyn, thanks again. And hi, Joy Mendoza is here. You remember, Ruby? You told me about
Yes,
Joy.
yes, I
Right, Joy,
did.
Joy, you'll be up next. Joy, you have been emailing Dr. Ellis, and she actually forwarded me your document. So this is an opportunity for you to talk to her. Start introducing yourself and then start talking if you want.
All right. Hey,
Okay,
Joy.
so good morning everyone there in the USA and good evening here in the Philippines. So my name is Joy Mendoza. Is my audio okay there?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So I am Joy Ramos Mendoza. I'm a public school teacher here in the Philippines. I've been teaching for 15 years and turning 16 years this coming July. So I've been teaching in the public school in the Philippines, and I believe that I have the qualification, I have the skill. You are looking for Ma'am Ellis for the position of math teacher. I know that you are looking for a mathematics teacher in Arkansas, but you made mention something that you would like to clarify about working there. So I believe in the in my educational philosophy, my teaching that learning by doing by John Dewey, because mathematics are difficult subject. So I need to let my students do a lot of drills because mathematics needs mastery of the lesson. Does not they need to familiarize a different questions, because giving only 1, 2 questions are not enough. They have to do progressivism from simple to complex, because a lot of students are complaining if you only give simple examples or 2, 3, 5 examples, and if you give them a different one in the exam, they will complain. So, sir, you did not give this kind of example when you are teaching. You will give that. They will tell that to me. So I'm going to make every lesson engaging. I give different types of activities, dyad activities, triad activities, collaboration. So I make my classroom fun and engaging because many students doesn't like math. we all know that mathematics is a difficult subject and they hated math. But I make sure that I made sure in my class that it is fun and engaging, so that they will not hate, they will enjoy my lessons every time that I enter to my class.
Mhm.
Also, uh, I am also an achiever in my 15 years of teaching. I produced students who've been excelling in Metrobank contests here in the Philippines. Also,
Explain that, please, Joy.
Metrobank mathematics contest is a contest conducted by Metrobank. Yes, there's a bank here in the Philippines. It is purely mathematics, but it is stopped when the pandemic came. So no more Metrobank contest right now. But before the pandemic, I produced perennial uh, contest students who garnered places in the Metrobank contest.
So it's like a
I
math
also
contest, like
yes,
computation contest, problem
competition.
solving. What
Yes,
is it?
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Computation? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Uh, I I am also a coach in baseball, though I'm a mathematics teacher, but they have given me a coaching career. I've coached for two to 3 years already. I'm very novice, though I'm still learning. That is outside my career in mathematics. I do sports also, though I'm still learning, but uh, I love sports in baseball.
Okay. Hey, Dr. Ellis,
About
is that
that.
a plus for you if they say that they coach a sport?
Actually, we would love to have a baseball coach. That was something we had been looking for this year. So that does help. And Joy, I talked to you about the fact that, Merlina, we worried about the TOEFL. And so I'm going to highly recommend either the TOEFL. I think there's a couple other tests, but Arkansas requires it.
TOEFL.
And so we will insist upon that before we hire anybody in our school. Mr. Vinton, I've already discussed that.
Yeah. So you will go ahead and interview, but you only hire people that have their TOEFL pass. Is that clear? All right.
That's what we're going to do from now on.
Yes, I think that's a good idea, Ruby. And so I would encourage everyone, go to www.ets.org, and then you just need to go to search under the search button there. You search TOEFL, TOEFL, Teachers of English as a Foreign Language. And you can take this from home. It's about $200 some dollars, 10,000 something pesos. So about $200. Do you reimburse them if they keep the receipt on that, if they pass it and you hire them?
Yes, we reimburse if they pass.
Okay, so
When they
that's
come,
good.
Yeah.
Keep
we
your
do
receipt.
reimburse.
Yeah. So if Dr. Ellis would end up having you in their school, you get your money back when you get here.
Right.
Okay. So
And I was going to ask Merlina another question. You had mentioned people are having difficulty getting their J-1B visas since Joy lives in the Philippines now. Wouldn't it take him quite some time to come to Arkansas?
Mike Roca is a question for you because I think Mike knows about this than me. He has been involved in
Yes,
this thing.
yes. Well, okay, good morning, Doc. Good morning,
Good
Ma'am
morning.
Ruby
Yeah.
Ellis. Yeah. Yes. As of now, with the new visa application appointment, they posted, and what I suggest, not to discourage the other applicants who are in the Philippines, like what I've told Dr. or Merlina, the easiest one is to hire teachers who are already outside the Philippines because it will be easier for them to process all the documents because like what other teachers also in the Philippines shared here in our Zoom meeting, it takes time for them to process all those the documents like the clearance, completing all the clearances. But if you're in a hurry, that is the best option. But if you're not in a hurry to hire those teachers, um, no problem with those applicants who are in the Philippines.
Yeah. What Mike is saying is that in the Philippines, Ruby, it's not like here in Arkansas where they can just like, okay, I'm gonna leave and I'm gonna leave. No, there they have tiers of places that they have to resign from local to regional to
Oh,
whatever. So there's 3 or 4 layers of them, and it takes
mhm,
time for each of them, and that's what takes it. At least I want to say at least a month or two longer,
mhm,
possibly.
mhm,
So, but then it's easier because you don't have to go through that with people from abroad. But I do not want to discourage schools not to to hire people that are still in the Philippines. They're the ones that actually need it the most,
mhm.
as you
Oh,
know, Ruby. Yeah.
right. It just took
So
us so long when I hired Betsy. We started like the year before, and
yeah.
it was a lengthy
This one will be
process.
easier, but yeah, but Ruby is one of the most patient administrators I've ever met. She actually waited a whole year and saved that job for
Hmm.
that person. So Joy,
I
if you end up
did.
in her school, she's gonna be very patient and wait for you because she said, "Well, I've already committed to her. I've been
Mhm.
talking to her and so on. So I didn't want to hire anybody else." So that is very admirable to me, and that's one of the the things that I really, really admire Dr. Ellis, that she is going to be a woman of her word. She's going to tell you that's what she's going to do. She's going to do it. And
Mhm.
so, anyway, so you'll be so blessed and fortunate if she will end up hiring you. Joy, sounds like you have a lot of things going for you. That no wonder Dr. Ellis seems to be impressed with you.
Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, I'm sure that you will finish or you will continue your conversation via email. Do you have a question specifically for Joy or anybody, Dr. Ellis?
Oh goodness. I feel like I know you already a little bit, but
Nice.
just from emailing back and forth. Golly, the cultural difference, Merlina,
Hmm.
there's a lot of cultural difference. And I mean, I find that we're in a rural community. We have 450 students, K
They're
12.
small, yeah.
And I think Merlina would say this too. We have a very family atmosphere.
Yes,
Um,
I agree.
but I don't know. Have you been out of the Philippines, I guess, and have a knowledge of other cultures?
Yeah, that's a good question. Joy, have you been? Are you familiar with other cultures?
Here in the Philippines, ma'am, I'm living in a rural area,
Oh,
so
good.
we know
So,
each other. Yes, ma'am, we know each other in the school. In my school here in the Philippines, Alibang National High School, it is also a small school. We have only 221
okay. Well, see,
students
this is not going to be a
from
huge
grade,
adjustment for him.
Mm-hmm.
yes, ma'am,
Mm-hmm.
from grade 7 to grade 12.
Only 200. Okay, that would be about
Yes,
right, huh,
ma'am.
Ruby? That's about right,
Yes,
the same as
right.
yours.
Yes, ma'am.
Um, so Joy, you're not gonna be like so lonely that you have to be in a big city because Ruby, what's the closest? How far away are you from Little Rock, from the capital?
We're about an hour and 15 minutes from Little Rock, Arkansas.
That is
And,
not bad at all. I'm
yeah,
3 hours away, you guys. So,
yeah. And
so you're not
my
bad.
husband and I go, I mean, we probably go to Little Rock, maybe once a week or at
Yeah.
least twice a month, at
Yeah,
least.
it's
And,
nice. Yeah,
you
that's
know,
nice. That's a nice distance, I think. You
mhm.
still have your rural feeling, but then you can just go to a city within an hour. So yeah.
Right.
Mhm.
Merlina also, Merlina knows a lot of Philippine teachers in our area, and she was able when Betsy came to us, she was able to introduce her to. They made friends like really quick,
Yeah.
didn't they? I mean,
Yeah.
they were
She felt
fast
at home.
friends
Yeah.
really quickly.
Yeah,
And,
you're surrounded with about at least 30 or more teachers around. In one of the schools there has 15 teachers already. And
mhm.
Mike's school is nearby. Mike is only 15 minutes from you. And it's gonna
Yeah,
be Mike is in Brinkley. So anyway, so that's a rival school, by the way.
right.
And
Yes.
anyway, yeah, it's they have 7 there. So that's
Mhm,
22 between Helena and Brinkley
mhm,
alone. And we have some from Barton, we have some from Mariana Lee County, and lots from Forest City and all that. So we have at least 30 something just in this
mhm,
small area.
mhm,
So you're not going to be lonely. They have their own little community that parties all the time. Seems like,
mhm.
my
Yes.
husband would joke like, you know what? these Filipinos, they're just like finding excuse to a party. So that's about
I loved it. They had
yeah.
we had the most fun, Joy. I hate to say it, but we would go with Merlina and the group, and they would karaoke, and we were just singing and having a ball. So, and oh my gosh, the food. Oh,
Food is so good.
always a lot of
You're
good food.
required to cook for her if she hires you.
Oh,
Yeah,
well,
Ruby would. I mean, Ruby also had hired me to become a consultant at their school. So the one Filipino teacher that she had, Betsy, it's like family to her, and Betsy kind of thinks of her as her mother here in the U.S. But
yeah.
anyway, family here. So you would go and eat with us at lunchtime and so on. So it's really a very nice, cozy, thing. And I went like, I don't know, once a month, right? I think you had
Yes. Oh,
for once a
yes.
month. But that was really helpful. Betsy said it was really helpful
It
because
was.
I was teaching in front of her students and I would show her, just kind of show her how it is done here in the US. And the students got to know me. So I got to know them. I'd bring them some Filipino candies and stuff. And then Dr. Ellis would come and visit us usually every
Right.
time we come. Yeah. So that's a very nice situation there. I would really, you have really taken good care of Betsy too. She didn't have any needs that you did not help her because we knew at that time, we knew of a neighboring school that was not working with me, that this teacher, we don't have to name the school, but this teacher was like sleeping on the floor, right?
Yes,
You're the one
that's
that told me,
correct.
yeah,
Yes.
because she did not
And
have
I
any
was so
help.
upset
Yeah,
because,
me too. Yeah.
but we got that covered and fixed that,
Yeah. And so that's the thing, you are the key to it is a very patient and kind administrator, and you got that with Dr. Ellis. I have to say that, I don't want to embarrass you in front of, but anyway, but that's really how I believe, I feel that you and Dr. Poole, and Miss Ellis there at Helena, she has really been is it Ellis? What do I say, Ellis? What? Mills.
Helena.
I meant
Yeah.
Mills. Miss Mills. Miss Mills at Helena is also one of the best advocates for teachers there. She's about to retire, and she said, Marlena, I really don't want to retire because I don't want to, I don't want to not be there for the Filipino teachers. Isn't that sweet? She just
Yes.
told me that the other day whenever I saw her at the retreat for Brinkley. They had the retreat, and I was one of their speakers. And so they happened to be there too in another room. And so during break time, I saw her in the lobby. And so she said, "Oh, I missed you." And I said, "Well, one of the things that I always do is that I work myself out of a job. That means that you're already so good, you don't need me." And that's usually more of a pat in my back that you don't need me. And all 15 teachers did not need me anymore. So they really did not need to spend more money to have a consultant there, although they know they can still always contact me through Zoom, phone. They still come to my house and so on. But I was just not in the classroom anymore, observing them and giving them feedback. But that's
Doc,
the
sorry
advantage
to
of being in
interrupt.
Arkansas is
Okay,
that we
sorry
have
to
that
interrupt po.
service. Huh?
Okay, Miss Bobby is here already.
Oh yeah. Hi, Miss
Let her
Bobby.
talk.
Yay. Hi, Miss Bobby. This
Hello,
is
how are you?
Dr. Ellis is here, as you see. And I
Yes.
want to introduce everyone. Miss Bobbie Loewer is the principal, the high school principal at the high school in Clarendon. So they are colleagues, so work together. And I have to brag on Miss Bobbie as well, that she's one of the best principals I have ever met. Very patient with them, loves them, and so like her own family. And that's the kind of administrator you want to work for. And that's why I really encourage everyone. Mike made that poster. Thank you, Mike, for making that poster. I want to encourage everyone to, if there is an opening at all at Clarendon, apply. This time they're looking for a special ed and math. Okay, so Joy is here. Ms. Bobby, do you want to say something to greet everyone?
Well, thank you for the compliment, but I can only do what my teachers help me do. So I have a great group of teachers, and we miss Betsy so much. She was such a asset to our school,
Yeah,
and
she misses you too.
and I loved when she came and visited us. I got to get Betsy hugs
Yeah,
and everything.
she is in Texas now, but she really does. She really misses y'all. Every time I talk to her, she would say, "I still wish I was still in Clarendon."
Uh,
Yes.
Y'all
Yeah,
can't see me in real life today because I'm on vacation
it's
and
fine.
I am not myself today.
No, you're fine, Miss Bobby. I'm just glad that on your vacation you still gave us a little time. So when I
No
told
problem.
Ruby this, that you don't have to stay long or anything. This is recorded. So just stay as long as you want or as short as you
No
want,
problem.
and feel free to leave if when you want to because it's recorded.
No
So
problem.
yeah, so sometimes we have very many people, but today we only have 18, but they know it's recorded. So they're gonna get a copy. Every one of them will get a copy. Plus I posted on the Facebook and YouTube video. So usually I don't want to name if it's we're talking something negative, we don't want to name names because they're gonna see this on YouTube,
Right,
Facebook.
exactly.
Okay.
Miss
Anyway, so
Bobby, Miss Bobby, Joey is on, and he is a math teacher, high math. We did tell him that we won't hire anybody that hasn't already taken the TOEFL, but he's very well spoken. I would like you to speak to him a minute.
okay,
Okay,
yeah,
no
Joy.
problem.
There's Joy. Joy Mendoza, you wanna talk to Miss Bobby?
Hello, mom. So I am
Hello.
Joy Ramos Mendoza from the Philippines. I applied in your school for mathematics grades 9 to 12, high math.
Okay.
Yes,
Nice to
ma'am.
meet you.
Nice meeting you too, ma'am.
What grades are you looking for, Bobby? Is it 9, 12, or I'm sure he could also teach 7, 12, really.
It's 10, 11, and 12.
10, 11. Okay, that's perfect. Perfect match
Yes.
then.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, Joy, sell yourself to Miss Bobby. I know you have talked to me, Miss Ruby, earlier.
Okay. So, ma'am, I am Joy Ramos Mendoza from the Philippines. So I've been teaching here for about 16 years for this coming July. And uh, I am a passionate teacher in teaching mathematics. I am keen into details into my students. I want them to learn, and that learning will transpire in their life, because I always tell to my students that I am not just only teaching the lesson, but I teach life, because mathematics concepts has a lot of applications in daily life. And that is one of the most questions of the students here, that where can we apply that lesson in our daily life. So one of the most important thing that I inculcate in my students is this lesson is applied to this one and to this one, and I make my lessons fun and engaging. Sometimes we lack resources here in the Philippines, unlike in the US, but as a teacher, uh, I'm I am a resourceful and creative one. Just like one of my lesson in trigonometry, wherein I challenge the students to calculate the highest pole, the highest antenna, and internet content antenna in our school, and they were shocked. How are we going to do that? So we I we I modeled them how to use the equipment, okay, to calculate and applying the trigonometric ratios for them to calculate that without using the meter stick or or the ruler, for them to know the height of a big tree or the building. So they are shocked how it is done. So I am very I make my lessons very engaging and fun, so that they will not hate math, because a lot of students really hate math. And
That's
I
true.
make sure, yes, I make sure that uh, every time that I enter in their class, they will love math. And of course, it will depend upon the teacher how he or she will handle the lesson. Though I am very strict, I am really very strict in terms of teaching mathematics, because I want them to grasp the content, the lesson, and I
Define
want
strict.
them that
Joy, define strict. How does that look like?
uh, I am firm. I am very firm with my uh, decision in my lesson, that when a student did not make her task I call their parent. I inform their parent that their son or their daughter is not performing, or she did not make her assignment. So that there is a um, parent and teacher responsibility in the learning of the students.
Very good.
Yes,
That's a
ma'am.
partnership. Good job. What
Yes,
I'm
ma'am.
finding here, Joy and
Yes,
Miss
ma'am.
Bobby and Dr. Ellis, is that some of the Filipino teachers, when they arrive, especially the high school, they're so afraid to talk to the parents because, because they don't know them and they don't speak the language very fluently yet. But some of them are just so afraid. And I'm like, do not be afraid. I want you to do like you do in the Philippines. You know what? You've always called parents there, call parents here. Just because they're American doesn't mean that you're gonna do it differently. So Joy, good job. I like that. What do you think, Ms.
With
Bobby and Dr. L?
with excuse
I
me, ma'am.
agree with you. Sorry,
Mhm.
I
Okay.
agree with you totally. You also have backup. Most of the parents I've taught. So, if you need to call a parent, I'm right there for you. We will call together until you get to know the parents and
Mhm.
everything. But I can relate to you because I was a math teacher. I taught the higher level math. And we also, they would ask me, why am I doing this? What am I going to do with this? And I would say, what grade are you in? They said ninth. I said, well, you're going to need it 10th, 11th, and 12th grade too, for sure. And I said, and if you plan on going to college, you're going to need it then. And I said, either you will not be surprised when you come across it when you grow up and you're in real life,
Yeah,
out
good,
in the
good
real
one.
world.
Yeah, and I tell students, I actually tell teachers that in when you introduce the lesson and you say your learning targets, you should always explain to students this is why you need to learn this. Because if you explain the why, then the learning is going to go to the long-term retention, not to the short-term retention, because it's going to make a little connection to the brain saying, okay, this is important, so let's take this and put it in the long-term retention instead of short-term retention and hit delete. So that's why it's so important for everyone to always say the why, the so what part of your lesson when you tell them the objectives or your learning targets for the day, which we should start the lesson that way. Yep, good
That
point.
is
Thank
true.
you. Yeah.
Miss Marlena, I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Looking at the standards we have, math standards, are those familiar with the Filipino?
They,
There's
yeah, they're very common. They're very, that's kind of our standards in Arkansas, although we call them Arkansas standards are actually really based on Common Core. And they are
yes, ma'am.
now, yeah, they're pretty much very close to ours. So in fact, some of the other schools, Bobby, that would do the IB curriculum are actually more advanced than us.
Okay,
So
just
yeah,
wondered.
he does come from a smaller school like you guys, about 200 people in the school, like approximately yours is. So it will be a really good match, sounds like, because he also comes from a rural community. So it's not gonna be like a city slicker coming in and be lonely.
No
Because
problem.
that
I was just
happens.
kind of wondering about the standards.
Yeah, the standards will be very close. So in fact, I came here in the US and I was still all A's when I came here, all the way to doctorate. So I did not have problems at all. And that's
Good.
me having gone to school in the Philippines for 2 years in college, and then I've finished everything here, all my degrees here. Yeah.
Okay.
So no problem at all. You would not ever, worry about the standards because the Philippines is like a copycat of the U.S. Our laws and everything. Didn't you agree, everyone, that we pretty much do what the U.S. does? Like our laws were even based on the Philippine laws are based on the U.S. laws. That's how I met my husband. I was studying U.S. government and I was trying to find some American perspective. And I was wanting to see some of my friends that, okay, find someone that could help me with this. And we started talking. So yes. So um that is the nice thing about it is that they are so close to, it's very like a clone.
Okay.
Very close. Yeah. So sounds like Joy knows his stuff. And I love that anytime that you apply your lesson to real life, like you did with that trigonometry lesson, that's always good. That's always effective. Yeah. So anyway, any other question, Miss Bobby or Dr. Ellis? Or Joy, if you have any additional thing that you want to say?
Hey, Joy, I'm with you about math and how difficult it is. Do you utilize manipulatives in teaching, for instance, algebra?
Mm.
Do you know how to do that?
Yes, ma'am. In our Algebra 1 and grade 7, I use counters. Counters are circles. The lesson is on addition and subtraction of integers. So
Mhm,
I introduced them the counters. So the counters are circles
Mhm.
wherein I have red and blue counters. The red counters symbolizes the negatives, and the blue counters symbolizes the positive, or a a white one. The I put a plus, which signifies positive counters, and minus the negative counters. So I use that to introduce or the concept of adding and subtracting integers. Also in geometry, I introduced them the models of a prism, the models of cylinder, wherein they can easily derive the formula of uh, of those models.
3D models.
I also use in my class GeoGebra to introduce graphing, because graphing is very difficult, especially in higher mathematics. We find difficulty in graphing exponential logarithmic function, but using the GeoGebra, they can easily graph uh, functions in exponential and logarithmic functions, also in rational functions.
Very
That's
good.
how I improve. Yes, ma'am.
I love that you're both math teachers, so you're speaking the same language, Bobbie.
mhm.
Yes.
Yes.
Uh, are you familiar with American football?
Oh, I'm sorry, ma'am. I'm not familiar with American football, ma'am.
They do soccer there,
Maybe
Bobbie.
baseball.
Okay.
And
Maybe
baseball.
baseball.
So in
Yes, ma'am.
American football, I taught negative and positive numbers on the football field because our kids understood football. So we'd go out if we pretend like we were throwing a pass,
Mm,
and if
Oh, yes.
you got sacked, you lost yards.
yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
And so that's how they finally figured out the negative and positives.
Hey, I love that, Bobbie. I learned something. That's good. Yeah. So
Miss
in
Bobby,
baseball,
Joy was already in. Merlina's going to say that
uh-huh.
same thing. He's been coaching baseball.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
You'll get a coach if you hire him.
Hey,
Yeah.
we could always use one of those baseball coaches.
Yeah. How do you do in your coaching there? Do you do stipend or is that part of the responsibility? I don't know how you all do that.
We don't have any stipend for coaching, ma'am. That's
Not in the Philippines.
additional. Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am. That's
In the US, most
additional.
of them do. I don't know if Bobbie or Dr. Ellis can
Mm.
tell us.
We do.
There is a
You do.
stipend.
Okay. What is your stipend there on sports coaching? I don't know. It's different.
It's different depending on the sport.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay. Because I really do not know. I remember that when I was in Mountain Home, the coaches there were making good money on their extra thing, on their
Right.
extra coaching. Yeah. But of course, the bigger school would have to pay more because you have to deal with a lot of kids. In a
Mhm.
Mountain Home, we had how many did we have? 4,000, 3,000 students. Yeah. So anyway. Yeah. So that's a really good visit with you guys. I'm so glad that
Yes.
yeah, that y'all got a visit. Anything else? I don't know. You talk about cultural differences earlier. So
Mhm.
is there something that you remember, Dr. Ellis?
I found that maybe, and Merlina, you probably know this already, but maybe some of our students at the higher levels might have shown more disrespect than they would in the Philippines. Did you find
I
that?
think you're right. That's going to be different because our children here in the US, and I've told them this, we raise them very independently. Like they are
Mhm.
critical thinkers. We want them to speak. We want them to reason out,
Mhm.
talk to us. But in the
Mhm.
Philippines, we are trained to like look down. Do not, if you look at the person, if you look at the adult, then are you defying me? My dad, I used to get in trouble all the time because I would look up and look at him. And you're not supposed to in our culture, just like in the Latin culture, where you're supposed to have your head down and not say
Mhm.
But I've always been like, okay, what does his eyes look like? And here, by the way, Joy, I don't know if you're aware that it's totally the opposite. You're supposed to look at people in the eye when you're talking, when you are getting in trouble or you're getting someone in trouble, they would look at you. It's not, they look at you, that doesn't mean they are defying you. It means that they just wanting to hear what you're saying. And it's a respect thing here. It's the opposite.
Right.
Okay, and I always tell everyone that you need to be aware of that difference because but there is a difference, Bobby, because they will just like talk. It's almost like we look at it as a talk back, but it's really sometimes just a reasoning part of the students. But then I always just remind them, hey, I always want you to talk, but I don't want you to make that tone, that kind of rude tone that you're using. That's not good. And I tell my own kid that when they're younger and they're teenagers and they have that rebellious stage. And I'm like, you know what, sweetheart, you know me. I want you to tell me. I want you to talk to me. But please use a respectful tone to mama. Okay. And so
And
I
our
would
kids
say
want a
that.
reason.
Huh?
Our kids want a reason. They've been
Yeah.
most of them reason at home,
hmm
question things.
And it's
You
okay to
know,
question. In
it's
fact,
okay to question.
yeah, it's okay to
It's
question.
how you question.
Yeah. Yeah, and but I always just talk to your students about it's always okay to question, but you try to avoid using a rude tone because you can tell when your tone is rude, and so when I say the word tone, they know that, hey, wrong tone. I kind of set my classroom up to be like that, like they know that I would just say this word tone and they know, change
Yeah.
your tone, buddy. Because
Exactly.
you set that up like that. You have to form that trust relationship, positive relationship with your students where they know they can question you. And as an observant of classrooms, I always would actually appreciate those classrooms where the students feel free to talk, to actually question the teachers, because that means that they feel safe enough that they could talk to you. I would
Right.
have that classroom than everybody's being quiet and being passive. I want a classroom they're taking notes, and if they have a question, they raise their hand, they clarify. Do you mean this? What do you mean by this? Whatever. I would rather have that classroom any day. Okay, in
Right.
fact, that the teachers will get a better rating on tests on the teacher evaluation if the students are actually asking questions. So do
Yes.
encourage. Yeah. Do you agree with me, administrator?
Yes.
Yes, I
And
do.
also relationships. Relationships are a must in our school,
Important.
but you're still the teacher. You're not their buddy.
Yep. Don't be friends. Yeah.
Their
Don't be their
buddy.
friend.
Yeah, their buddy. Their buddy. They run over.
Yep. You have a thin line there that you don't cross. You do not want to be buddy with them because then they won't respect you. They'll eat your lunch, I would say.
Yes,
Eating your
ma'am.
lunch doesn't literally eat lunch, but they just would not respect you, like
Right.
Miss Bobby said. They don't, and I've seen it. I've actually had to tell teachers that you do not do this. I want you to, don't accept them as a friend on Facebook. Never. The
Never.
only time I accepted my own students were when they were adults already, they were out of college. Then I accepted them. But
Yes.
where they were students and I was a teacher, I did not, even though I was in elementary at one time and they were in high school, I still didn't accept them because they were not out of school. But I do not know,
Correct.
every school has a different policy, but for me, that was my personal policy. And if they start talking bad language in their Facebook, I unfollow them.
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
Yeah.
me too.
Yeah. So anyway, but yeah, what is your policy there at your school about Facebook and social media with teachers and students?
They don't recommend that we interact with students at all on Facebook, except now, Bobby, they do have some Facebook pages just for
School.
some of the teachers have Facebook pages for
for their
their
own.
class or their
Yeah.
group. Yeah.
Yeah. And that's a private thing,
Yes.
which is good because not everybody can just come in there, and that's definitely safe. But
Right.
but having those, I mean, you have some people, that would cross those lines, and people could think different things that you're nothing is happening, but then people could make up that, oh, there's something going on with this teacher and student thing. You don't want to go there.
Right.
You don't want to go there. And so we have a situation, if you Google this, in Florida, where there was something, going on, and this teacher really messed up, this Filipino teacher. This is a very one-time thing out of the thousands that we have going here, cases here. And the sad thing is that the rest of the teachers there just because of this one teacher that messed up were sent home. Okay. And you're talking a big district in Florida.
Man.
Punished everybody else, guys. And it made us a big, a bad name.
Yeah.
It was just bad apple in that basket, and it made every apple there, seem rotten, although they weren't. And that's so sad. You're affecting lives, dozens of lives when you do that. I know they want, the folks that are here, Bobbie, I can really say they are really good folks. I have been asking them questions, and they really they have really answered me the right way, that this is what you should believe. Because I have seen teachers, both Americans and, both local, we call them local, and Filipinos that are, weak and strong. If you're going to be a weak teacher, especially in classroom management, you're going to have problems. And so you really need, and that's one thing other than fluency and knowledge of students and knowledge of content. The other thing that you're looking for is a strong classroom management. Do you have your routine? Do you establish your routines and clear expectations, and you set it up where you respect students and you also earn that respect from students. So you don't demand respect, you earn it. But you start with that way by also respecting them without being so passive there that they will eat your lunch. I always tell them, you fake it until you make it.
That's
There you
right.
go.
That's about right. That's what I do. I'm like, I would do a model teaching in front of us of any grade, and they would say, how come they're listening to you and they just would not listen to me? And I'm like, well, you just have to project that I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing, and I've been doing this for a long time. And so I'm not a know-it-all, but if I don't know something, I would be not proud enough to say, hey, let's Google that, or let's let's ask the principal that. I would say that, but just to have the projection of confidence that you may be new to this country, but hey, these are students. These are just students with, that look differently. And high school is just like little kids in bigger pants.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You gotta say, or you gotta project. I know my stuff, and I'm gonna do my best to let you know my stuff.
That's right. That's right. And but I think with your students though in your school, I've really been impressed though. You have really respectful students. With Betsy there, I don't see very much, anything like that going on. Of course, they loved her,
They adored her.
Yeah,
Adored her.
adored her. And that is the key there. Once you have earned that from them, they'll do anything for you.
When
And that's
she
the thing.
left, several of the kids cried.
Oh, I bet they
When
did.
When she left,
Yeah.
we had children crying, and she cried, and so basically, like Bobbie said, building relationships is
and she had done
very
that.
important. And I didn't want him to think we had, kids that were ill behaved, but I just felt like maybe from what Betsy had told me, there were some differences.
Yeah, there's some differences, but we had worked so together. At first, she really struggled the first 2 months anyway. And so she would call me a lot, and she and I would talk, and she would tell me situations, and I would like, well, in my classroom, this is how I would have solved this, or this is what's your plan whenever you do this again. So I would always ask her. So I was advising her, but it's just because at first she was kind of shy. She was not very confident at first, and so it's just you need to show them confidence. And I did a lot of model teaching in front of her classroom.
You did.
And
You
so
did.
she was taking notes. She was, at the end of the day, we would debrief and say, okay, Betsy, what did you learn from what I did? Like, how come, so-and-so never act that way in my, when I do it, but they were always so, active. And I'm like, well, notice the strategies I brought. I brought in active things. I had them standing up. I had them compete. I had them do all kinds of things where it's not just boring. That it's not boring.
Engaging
We're
with-
acting out. We're doing role play. Any of those things, and you have them to be getting up of their seat. Your bottom can only endure what your brain can handle.
Yeah. And our kids are so used to being entertained.
Yeah.
We have the games, we have music and things like that. And they're being entertained every time, every minute of every day. So it's even with American teachers, it is hard to entertain students in math classes for sure.
And well, I actually did one of my researches, the studies that I did on my doctorate class is that the gender differences of how they learn and why English or literacy had actually replaced math as the most hated subject. And what I found was that a bunch of the kids, especially boys, were actually big into the those games, those online games and all that. And these games are loaded with sounds and with all this really audio, there's really lots of effects. And so if you are playing with that at home and you come to school and here's the opposite, very boring teacher that doesn't do anything, creative, then that's why they're bored. Because look at the differences between what I'm playing at home and then what I'm seeing at school. That's why they would rather stay home and play their games rather than being in the classroom. And I never thought of that. I'm like, yeah, you're right. That's right. They are doing that in the ball in those games. So you can do music in your classroom. I always tell teachers that during the quiet time when they're doing any silent work, put the music on. I think in Brinkley, Maria was really good about like, okay, let's find out some music that you like, and then she would find a clean version of them. There's a lot of music that, make sure it's the clean version. Because there are some with bad language. And she would, I remembered her going through that her first year. That I said, use music, but then ask them what they want. Because if you're going to put your own, and then, especially me with a huge age difference with the students, they're, oh, I don't like that music. But, have the input, always having that input from students, always good. Yep. So Bobby, I really your class is there, even when I was passing by in the, as in the hallway going to Betsy's room in the end, I've really observed that your kids are really, really respectful, really good, and really paying attention to the teachers.
We
And
have,
so,
I'll tell you, we don't have any bad kids. We have some kids that make bad decisions, but we have really good kids. They're if they see someone coming with their hands full, they'll grab their boxes, they'll open the
they
doors.
are. I've experienced that. And they would say hi to you. Some schools, I've always told my two students that, guys, when you see someone, you always say good morning, good afternoon, like that. You need to greet them. In the Philippines, by the way, Bobby and Dr. Ellis, that is required of us. We have to greet folks. In fact, I have to tell Betsy, they do not have to get up and say, greet everyone that comes in your classroom, because then that would disrupt your lesson. Because in the Philippines, that's what they do. When somebody comes in, they make a big deal out of it. It's like you're like a celebrity, and then they would have to say hi and stop whatever it is. Well, that's not what it is here, Joy, okay? You just continue your lesson and you put them, you finish whatever you're doing, and then you put them in independent work, and then you deal with the adults that came to your classroom. Right? Unless Bobby or your Dr. Ellis would say, I want to speak to your students. A lot of times they want to come to speak with you, and you just, you need to, I do not know what your policy is, but most schools' policies, they don't really want those to disturb the students. They can come in the room, but they will they don't expect you to like, hello, Dr. Ellis, hello, Dr. That's what it is in the Philippines. They greet you.
Ours do sometimes too when I walk in, Miss Bobby, Miss Bobby.
Oh,
And
yeah, it's okay, but you're not like expected, like you have to stop everything and greet this person.
No.
I just kind of wave at them and say, let's learn.
Yeah, and you do have that great relationship. Both of you have really great relationship with your students. I'm really impressed with that too. Yeah, that's good. You have established that for sure as a culture, and
No,
that's a good school to work in.
it's the whole school that does it. It's not
Yes.
just
Yes, but it took you leadership though to set that up. So yeah, take a little credit there, Bobby. And Dr. Ellis. But anyway, so yeah, so some of those Joy, if you go back to our past Zoom, this is Zoom number 99. So we have made that many Zoom now, Bobby and Dr. Ellis.
No.
You can scan and go to our YouTube, find ITSA. That's the organization I have founded, International Teacher Support in America, and then you can put my name in there. It will show up. I have all the videos there from 1 to 9, and you have to watch all of them. Just skim and scan, because I have taught so many strategies there, some classroom management information, and just a bunch of tips, and not just from me, but other of the speakers that I have brought in. So and I have also gotten some of our Filipino teachers that are now working here as my guest speakers, and they would talk and share about their experiences. These are from all over the United States, not just Arkansas. So this is the beauty about this forum, is that we get all kinds of people from Alaska, Hawaii, Florida, everywhere. So yeah. So anyway, anybody else that you want to Joy, any last thing that you want to talk to them about? And then I'm going to move on to the next person.
Um, I want to ask the same question, but Ma'am Jovelyn have already asked the question about the professional development because, as you have mentioned, Ma'am, that the culture in the US is very different. So I need orientation. I need orientation about uh, how's the classes in America is going on.
Yeah, I think having them observe like the first day or whatever, that most schools have done that, a day or two observing different classes. Of course, they have to talk to their teachers about that, if they're okay to do that. But that helps a lot when you just want to see how things are set up in that school. I would recommend it to administrators that have them to have at least one or two visits to a different classroom, similar subject possibly, if you can, if you have that. Yeah, I don't know if did you do that with Betsy? I don't remember if you did or not. But she didn't have any other special ed person. That's the disadvantage of that. But do you have another math teacher that he could observe if he ends up in your school?
I have one that teaches seventh, eighth, and ninth grade.
Mm-hmm.
Um, that is, she's a seasoned educator. She was a parapro and now she's a teacher. She worked herself into a teaching position and just
Nice.
received her master's. But one thing that I like to do, and I did this with Betsy, is I would take her on walks with me when I
Mm.
was looking at other classes and everything. And
Yes, perfect.
we had a sheet that we filled out that said, things like, what did you see? What would you like to use in your class? Things like
Takeaways.
that.
Nice. Yeah, peer observation is actually when I was at Greenbrier, that's one of the best things that we did over there. The peer observation, and they have like a half a sheet of reflection, your takeaways, and then they
Yes.
would share that with the teacher too. And they get to choose who they want to observe. And we gave them, they had flex days. So we gave them like 2 hours PD credit for every time that they go, because so they did 3 times and they were able to flex a day from their one of their PDs. So that's one of the most effective things that we have done there, PD wise, because that's part of our PLC. They kind of like, hey, can we observe, so and so? And I said, I'm gonna let you all come up with that. Who wants to be observing? Talk to each other, because I don't want to have to, when you start making them do it, then they won't like it. But if they want to do it themselves on their own prep time, well, they get a PD credit for that. However you want to do it in your school. But that to me is very helpful. So Bobby, that's a good idea.
Yeah, I would take them. I'll take them to a strong teacher
Mm-hmm.
and one like classroom management, and then I'd take them to a strong teacher with teaching techniques
Yes,
to
perfect.
kind of just show them.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'd let them choose another class. They say, "Oh," Betsy would say, "Oh, I want to get see this person." I said, "Let's go, girl."
Yeah, yeah. That's awesome. Yeah, that's why Betsy just really felt right, fit right in your school. And so
did.
I know because of how you treat teachers there that they're gonna be successful, like she was. Yeah, like she was. I miss going there to your school, by the way. I need
We
to,
miss
I need to
you.
hire somebody and
We
get
do
me there
miss you.
again. But do you know that I work now not just with Filipino teachers, but I
Right.
work for Bailey. So I
Yeah,
work with all kinds of schools. So I have more than 10 last year, this year.
awesome.
Yeah.
I'm proud of you.
Well,
That's a
thank
lot of
you.
Yes.
work.
It is, but it's fun. But do you know I have just received would take jobs like close by where I do not have to spend a night.
Right.
Be
That's
a day
good.
trip. Yeah, that's what I
Oh,
do.
that's awesome.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, my neighboring schools, which is good. Okay. So yeah, so sounds like Joy, sound like she should take you under your wing if you end up in her school and in their school and get some help. So, all right. So Debbie is I want to introduce you guys, admins to Debbie. Debbie is one of our teachers that had loaded with ideas, loaded with great ideas. She has taught in other countries and now she's in California. She's married to an American. But Debbie, any comment or feedback that you have from this conversations? You want to add anything or question? Debbie? Oh, okay.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, good evening to the teachers in the Philippines. Thank you, Doctor. No, I'm learning a lot from Dr. Merlina. She's been very generous with her knowledge to all of us. And for Miss Ruby and
It's
Ma'am
Bobby.
Bobby, I think it's very important that you you have this assurance that Filipino teachers doesn't only have the skill, but they really do have the heart to impart and make a difference in the lives of every student, whether or not it's a Filipino, because teaching for us, it's a calling. We always have this in our, we were taught as students, and we were taught and trained as teachers to take teaching as a calling, that when you stand up there in front of the kids, you are not just a teacher, you're a mom, you're a dad. You take on the responsibility on making sure that the kids will be safe, will feel loved, seen, heard. And if there's anything I can truly assure you in the experiences I had in this Zoom meeting, that is what Dr. Melina is trying to, embody in herself, giving this for free. And she is setting an example to us, and she is always encouraging us to make a difference in the lives of the student, not just because we're skilled teachers, but because we're teaching from our hearts.
Thank you, Debbie. I couldn't have said it any better, but thank you for the testimonial. She's always so kind with your words. I appreciate it. But yeah, I think that's what it is. You have, when I know that you care, I care to learn when I know that you care. It's pretty much that, if they know that, oh my gosh, this teacher really cares for me. And sometimes, they just really look forward to coming to your classroom because they feel so good there. You validate them. That word validate is so important, to set up that positive classroom, environment and school culture really is what it is. And Clarendon has that already. So yeah, very nice place to work. Okay, anybody else that would like to talk to Dr. Thank you again, Debbie and Bobbie and Dr. Ellis. Anyway, anybody else that would like to talk to them? Special ed person, possibly. I know we have several special ed. What happened is that it's now required by most visa sponsors to have their masters. And a lot of the folks here are getting their master's degree in special ed because, so you will have both. You'll have their content area plus special ed masters. But in the Philippines, we don't really have special ed teachers like us per se. Because there's no funding. So everybody has to pretty much be an inclusive teacher. So it mainstream them. So they have to know how to differentiate, in the classroom, because you will have your kids that are 2 or 3 years behind. And you have to plan for those so that, any teacher that you would interview really have experiences with dealing with special ed kids, just because they don't have the funding for it there. And I just found that out myself because, you remember, I was a student there. I never taught there. I taught here in America, but not in the Philippines. But I learned that. I learned a lot from that too. So any special ed here? Mike, by the way, Mike is all around.
po.
Mike special ed came here,
Yes, I
special
think
ed.
yes po, Doc. I think another math slash a science teacher is here who want to introduce himself po. I think
Okay.
it's Sir Edgar Bedis.
Okay. Edgar?
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Go ahead, Edgar, if you want. So we only have male? We don't have female teachers? On math.
No one approached me po.
Okay, that's fine. Edgar.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Mr. Edgar.
Dr. Merlina, nice to see you again.
Nice to see you again, Edgar.
Yeah, good morning, Ma'am Ellis and Ma'am Bobbie.
Bobbie.
Good morning.
Good morning. And everyone in the meeting, pleasant morning to those who are in the United States of America, and good evening to those who are in the Philippines. I am Edgar Bedis, currently teaching in an international school in Saudi Arabia. I am both physics and mathematics teacher. I have been in the teaching profession for more than 25 years, teaching both physics and mathematics. Then aside from being a teacher in mathematics and physics, I'm also a sports enthusiast. I used to be part of the coaching staff in basketball, volleyball, badminton, table tennis, and chess in the school where I'm currently teaching.
Okay.
Then maybe one thing interesting is being a mathematics teacher and a physics teacher, I have to relate the mathematical concepts and scientific concepts by writing it in a form of poetry. I have been writing poetry since around 10 years. This is my hobby, actually, my pastime. Whenever I feel like I have nothing to do, I have to write poetry.
You got
Then-
the humanities mind, huh? In a science brain.
Then, as part of my recreation, aside from sports, I'm also into ballroom dancing.
Okay.
I don't know if it's gonna be a plus factor if I can dance.
You can sponsor a club.
Yeah, actually, Dr. Merlina, in the previous school in the Philippines was where I used to teach. You know, during February, months of February, we have this junior and senior promenade where I have to train the dancers for their cotillion dance. So I don't know if how can I impart this skills, the talents bestowed on me. If there's a way, maybe, and I'm very much willing to impart this knowledge.
Do you have any dance clubs in your school?
Yeah, actually, in the previous, sorry.
Yeah, it's fine.
Bobby.
Go ahead.
Yeah, in the previous school where I teach, that was actually an island where I started training the students how to do hip hop dancing. They love it, and I will be part of them dancing on the stage.
Nice. Okay. Yeah, we have in the Philippines, they really have a lot of programs there that with organized dancing, like teachers would dance, all the whole staff, would do that organized. And usually we did that at the end of the school year, or was it during International Teacher Day? I don't remember when. Was it
Family Day, sometimes Family Day,
Okay.
International Day.
Yeah. So that's good that you also teach at the international school. Do they use IB curriculum?
Actually, we have two curricula. We are both using American and British curriculum.
Oh, cool. Is there a huge difference?
Not that huge, especially teaching mathematics and science. Basically, these are universal subjects.
Yeah. That's
And
right.
by the way, I finished my bachelor's degree in education, major in physics and minor in mathematics. My master's degree, Master of Education in Physics, major in physics as well.
Okay.
So with this span of time teaching, I've been in the international school for 18 years already.
Okay. Lots of experiences.
With diverse students in the classroom.
Yeah. So Bobby, I don't know if you were here whenever Mike explained that to hire somebody from another country other than the Philippines, although they're Filipinos, it's a little faster because they don't have to do the extra clearances that the U.S. That the Filipino teachers in the Philippines have to go through. They have layers of them. Yeah, local, regional, national, permission to leave. And so they already have done it. So it's a little faster, but just want to give you that information.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. So do you have any question for the administrators, Edgar?
I just want to ask the kind of professional development that you can offer to the new teachers in the United States of America.
Specific to math or on science?
Either or both, physics or mathematics.
Well, we have professional development that we do for like classroom management, things like that before school starts. But during the year, we have specialists come in from the co-op, from Kids First, from Ames, Arkansas, and they work with our math teachers, our science
they're the
teachers,
best,
our
yeah.
English teachers.
Mm-hmm.
And they help, like, we had one teacher that came in and she took the book that our English teacher was teaching and did Aspire questions, the ones that were reflective of Aspire, which is our testing, our state testing. And she set up a whole cahoots on the book on each chapter.
Nice.
She also came up with tests and study guides with those kind of questions. In Ames, they do the girls that come in Ames, and I had a meeting with them the day before yesterday. But they come in and they kind of show you what your curriculum you need to, uh, I guess, hone in on
Mm-hmm.
to kind of this needs to be done before you can do this, that kind of things and
Yeah.
everything.
Yeah, they
So,
are to me. I always recommend the Arkansas Ames because to me they have the best PDs and they have the best
okay.
people. Yeah, the ones that Phyllis that I met in Brinkley, she really did a good job with literacy. She
Yes.
and I would be there at the same time, and she and I really got to become friends, and so, but she's got some great ideas. I think they hire some really folks with lots and lots and lots of experiences, and
Yes.
and so they would use those experiences to help the teachers. So yeah, I could really recommend them highly. So I'm so glad that you're using them. So yeah, that's a good one, Edgar. Here in the US, I know it's not set up like this in the Philippines. They have like in Arkansas, we have like 15 co-ops. And I know I used to work for the Department of Education. That's why I retired. So we had to work from the state level. They call that DipEd in the Philippines, but it's Arkansas Department of Education here. And we would do it from the state level. We would do training and we would train all these co-op folks back then. They don't have them now, but co-op for folks, and then they would train the teachers. So that's the state level, and then we have the co-op level, and then they would train all the teachers. So that's kind of how they were set up. And I don't know how they're setting up now. They're doing it differently. But that's kind of, there's always going to be training. And that's the beauty of it in America is that all you have to do is talk to your administrators and say, I really need something in this area. Is there something I could get, somewhere? And now we have all these consultants that would just come into your school instead of you being sent somewhere. When I was in Mountain Home, I was a K-12 literacy specialist. I would go with my specialist teachers. We would go to Little Rock, the capital, and we would attend, a training for 2 or 3 days together. And that's very nice, but it cost a lot of money. I know I budgeted like $500 per person per day, to do that. So it gets expensive for a school. So that's so good that consultants will come to your school because then they'll benefit more people as well. Yeah.
And our kids build relationships with them.
Yes, with them because they'll come in not just a one time, and that's the most
Yeah.
effective PD, professional growth, development growth is when they don't just come a one time thing. They build that relationship, like Bobby said, and then it's an embedded PD instead of just like one time thing. A one time thing is never effective. It's always the embedded PD, and where you're building relationships and getting to know your students and your teachers to, that will be more effective, I think. So, yeah. Anyway, so great question there, Edgar.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, they have an Arkansas Ideas portal here too, and I forgot to mention this. This is a free thing for teachers, and your principal, of course, your first week, first day here, they're gonna give you access to that. And of course, before you get access to that, you have to have your social security number. So that's one thing you have to do because it seems like everything is tied to that, your pay and your PD things, because it's needed when you have to sign up in this Arkansas Ideas portal that every school has access to, and you can get all kinds of PDs in there. Is that
Mhm.
true, Bobby and Ruby? Yeah,
Yes.
that's still true. Okay, so because I remember that they kept developing new things, and now
Mhm.
most of the required training that they would want the schools to have are now there, which is really helpful to schools. Because having to find someone to present those in the past were expensive. So, yeah,
Yes.
yeah. So anyway, yes, yeah, though, but PD wise, you don't ever have to worry. You're gonna be taken care of. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. And I like that you have an alignment already, that your degree is in line with your experience. And that's something that you, Bobby and Ruby, that I would like to have you to make sure that you look at for visa purposes, is that their degrees have to align with their experiences. Because in the Philippines, they would have a high school degree and they could teach elementary. They're not as strict as it is here in the US. So I find that a lot where there is a misalignment.
Mhm.
If there is a misalignment, I always tell them, hey guys, you are not going to be approved in this any visas because you have gonna have to get your alignment. And they only have to have 2 years. So 2 years experience is what in that area that they have a degree in. That's what you need to look for. Otherwise, they won't be approved. And now they are only a few visa sponsors, J1 sponsors that would take people, teachers that do not have their master's degree. A lot of times it is a required thing. But according to the immigration here in the US, bachelor's degree with 5 years of experience, they kind of look at it as a master's degree, but they need to tell the sponsors that, because they sure do not look at it that way. They have to have the FCE, the foreign credential evaluation, that translates the, the Philippine courses to the US. They have to say they have their master's before they would even take them. So yeah, so that's something you might want to look at is alignment. Yeah. So when they send me the resume or cover letter, that's the first thing I look at. And then I would tell them, hey, I'm sorry, you might have to, after 2 years, when you get this alignment going, then you talk to me again. But feel free to attend anytime with our Zoom. But I just can't recommend you yet. Yeah. So that's what it is. All right. So Joel, we have Jesus, Vega. This is new too. Leo, I forgot. Leo, are you English? I forgot.
SPED teacher po daw.
What?
He is a SPED teacher.
Oh, SPED teacher, Leo. Okay, they're looking for SPED too. Leo, you want to talk to them? You're muted though. You want to unmute yourself first.
Sorry.
Okay.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening. It's evening here in the Philippines, and good morning to you there. I am a generalist teacher in the Philippines, but actually I consider myself a special education because I am a mainstream teacher, and I am taking a special education certificate. And momentarily, I am also in my master's degree in special education.
Okay. When are you going to be completing your master's? Because it has to be completed within the year of your visa. Because as long as you can graduate within the year that the first year that you're here, that's okay. When is your completion date?
I'll be finishing all of my subjects in this coming June, because that's a summertime. So I'll be able to complete my car.
Okay. Then you should be okay. Okay.
Yes. And hopefully I could pursue also my thesis writing on the following year. Yes,
Yeah.
that's my plan, my goal,
Yeah.
I mean.
They have to have thesis writing there in master's degree still. Remember when we had to do this in Arkansas? We have
Yes.
to do this now. Yeah, they still do that in the Philippines. So it's a big deal for them to do their master's, thesis. So yeah, so I'm proud of you, Leo, for continuing. Okay, continue to introduce yourself if you don't mind.
Yes, for newbie here, I am a teacher here in the Philippines in a public school, Puerto Elementary School. And this is my 15th year in the public service. It's a classroom teacher. And I've been applying a lot of differentiated activities because I am assigned to different classes. But of course, special education is my favorite classroom to be assigned of. But actually, my schools in the public, they have really this shortage of teachers that will serve as a special education. So I volunteer myself to assign in a special education. That's why I took my certificate in a special education. And I am really trying my best this time to finish this master's degree, because I believe that serving these students really a big leap for the Philippines to comply all this kind of education system, which the Philippines really needed this time. But of course, I am also planning to teach abroad, because one of my plans also is to be, to expand my knowledge about the special education. And this time, I'm really having a good time to go to schooling in my master's degree, and also having my spare time of applying schools in the USA. And I remember, Dr. Merlina, you were telling me to tell something about my demonstration that had been happened just a week ago.
Yes,
And
how did it go?
Yeah, I successfully delivered my demonstration. Actually, they were surprised because as you have said, that is not belong to the curriculum, the subjects that the subject I am going to demo, which is the science and solid. But actually, I have researched that solids have many forms, which is crystalline and amorphous, which is taught in higher level.
Good.
And I demonstrated that. And
Good.
so they congratulated me for job well done. And actually, I am waiting for the result, because I am emailing them, and they are telling me that they will email me soon about the good result. They say good result, so I am expecting that.
Okay.
they'll be receiving a good result of my demonstration. And so I am so glad also to meet this Dr. Ruby and Miss Bobbie,
Lower, yeah,
because
Lower Bobbie. Uh-huh.
we'll be waiting for a time to be discovered
Yes.
here. And so any questions that you could ask me that I'm prepared to answer as well.
Well, Bobby and Robbie, let me give you in context here. What happened was in our last meeting, Leo was sharing with us that he was going to get demonstration to the school and he's required to do that. And so he was sharing with us what it was. And so I looked up the standards that it would meet and I said, Leo, this is going to be too easy. You are not going, that's going to be off. This is not going to match the standard here in the US. It's too low. And so that's when good for you, Leo, that you had made it into the level that it should be. Because I said, you look like you have a good plan. You just need to make it at a higher level. Not too simple. Yeah, because you have to remember that, English is a second language to us, right? For example, our literacy teachers, it's very common when they come to the US that they just want to focus on parts of speech. And I said, guys, that's first, second grade, focus. So you do not want to be focusing on that in high school. You can make it like a little bell ringer or a little, it has to be taught grammar, has to be taught in the context of writing. Otherwise, it's not going to be effective. And so anyway, so just like science, they are going to want to focus on the very lower ones, thinking that, okay, they need to know this first, and then before they go to the higher level. And I told them, go ahead and go to the higher level because they're already going to have the foundation that Filipino students might not have. And so that's good for you, Leo, for listening. Yeah, so I wish you the best, okay? But in case you don't get that, I don't know if Bobby and Dr. Ruby here would have a question for you. Specific special ed question.
And I'm ready to ask this question. Yeah.
Is Bobbie still on?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
You have any special ed question?
I'm trying to think.
Okay,
Sorry.
no problem. No pressure. Put you in a spot.
When you're working, you've worked with special ed children?
Yes, I work. In the Philippines, I tell you a story. This student that I am handling is not been diagnosed as a special education. But since I have able to study in a special education, I asked my professor to give me a list of those detectable, those
Look for
words that, yes, that I could able to use, and not to tell the parents about the behavior of his children as a special education, but I consider them as part of the special education because of those determinant words and factors that I have to look for in the list. And so,
yeah. It's not required there, Bobby. That's why, unlike here in the US where we have to do them, you have to identify them and diagnose them and so on. So they pretty much, any special ed teacher that you would hire from the Philippines or any other country that's not requiring special ed, they pretty much have to start over, really. Because they will have to learn IDEA, they have to learn all these things. Although I have been talking about this here, and I've given them some resources where to visit and to learn about IDEA, for example, because it's totally going to be like a start over for them. It's going to be so different on the processes part. But to deal with the special ed kids, they would experience that. But the diagnosis part might be different.
Okay.
thank you for that question.
Yeah, good answers. Thank you for the explanation. But anyway, so IDEA, okay, make sure that you check that out. IDEA.org is all information about special ed here in the US. I mentioned this before. Mike was like saying when he was interviewing for a job at Helena, that's where Mike was first. Now he's in Brinkley. But he said, I didn't have any idea about IDEA. He's being funny about it. But yeah, so it's a totally different thing. But of course, special ed, their needs. Yeah. So just doing differentiation pieces for folks that are behind 2 or 3 years or more. It's something that we have to know. We have to do in the Philippines. Yeah.
Miss Merlina, I'm going to have to excuse myself for some other business today, but anybody who would be interested in mine or Bobby's email, we would happily let you share that.
Yes, okay, I will do that. So you all you have to do, guys, I always give mine, mcculloughmerlina@gmail.com. Ask me for their emails, and I'll be glad to share it with them. And just say something about I was there at the Zoom, So that way, that would, yeah. So we don't have very many. Usually we have 40 something, but today 27. Okay, that's not bad. Sometimes we have as many as 100. The limit is 100.
Wow.
Yeah. So, but that's still good conversations here. We always get some new ones. And so I get to know them. And this is recorded, Miss Bobby. So I will send you the link to the recording that's going to be
Yes, ma'am.
posted in Facebook and YouTube. So
Okay.
yeah, so I will send it. Thank you so much. I know you're busy, and this is a Saturday for administrators. That's a time that we can rest.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Bye. We'll talk to you later. Okay, so let me see. Jesus, Myrna. Oh, Myrna. Myrna's here. Myrna, you coming to my house today? Right? Where's Myrna? Myrna must be in the car coming this way. Let me see. I need to look. Amy
Probably
says
they are busy po. Yeah,
they're
po.
busy. Okay.
Yeah.
Michael,
Yeah.
elementary
Any female,
teacher.
Doc? Yeah.
Huh?
I think no female
No
SPED teacher
female.
or math teacher want
That's
to
all
talk
right.
here.
That's pretty normal actually, because a bunch of our teachers in the Philippines are majoring in sciences and math are mostly males. So, but there are some females. There's a few females that I've seen. But anyway, elementary teacher question. There are some that are looking, but they are not here as our guest speakers. So I want to go ahead and ask you questions. Elementary teachers, because this will be recorded and I'm sending these links to my administrator friends. So I need to ask you some question then. I need to start with Giselle. Hi, Giselle. What are some things that you want to share with elementary teachers that might be useful that you've learned here? Because Giselle has to have, she has to have be second place, if not about the same place as Mike on the attendance. Giselle's always here, right, Mike? Perfect attendance lady.
Yes, sir.
So,
Mhm.
Giselle, is there
And
something
then,
you wish that
yes po.
people should know?
Mm-mm.
Go ahead, Mike.
Yes po, Doc. What do you call this? I just want to congratulate the two attendees here.
Who are they?
I spill already.
Okay, go ahead.
Hopefully, they will receive their a job offer.
Oh, don't, no,
And
don't do that ahead, Mike. Mike, you have to let them do it, Mike.
yes,
That's called raining on their parade, Mike. You do
yeah.
not rain on their parade.
But I'm really excited about it.
You're
And
excited.
then,
Okay, in 2 weeks you can share it, okay?
yes,
But not
yes
before
po.
they get their job offers.
They said they did a great job during the interview.
Okay, but you cannot say that they already got
Yes, Doc,
for that.
and
Okay.
we will be grateful, and also that is because of you. That
Oh,
is
well,
awesome.
thank you. Thank you. That was always so nice and sweet of you guys to give me
Yes.
credit. But no, that's nice that you learned something. So if those people that are possible job offer getters, if they're here, they want to share with me some things from the
Mm.
interview that they had used from our learning, that would really be helpful for us, right?
Yes, Doc.
So
Yes,
can you
Doc.
call
Yes.
some people, Mike, that might be able to share with us some things?
Yeah, later po, Doc. We want Ma'am Giselle to answer the
Okay, Giselle.
questions,
Yeah,
the
Giselle,
task
what
that
were the things that I guess maybe go back to the five core possibly. So what are the things that you noticed? Giselle had been to so many interviews, by the way. So Giselle, what were some common questions for elementary teachers that you have experienced answering? Am I losing her? Did I lose you, Giselle?
Ma'am Giselle is unmute. Mute.
Mute the mic.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. You need to unmute yourself.
I'm sorry, Doc.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Giselle.
Hi.
Yeah. What were the
Good
common
morning, Doc.
questions you found? Yeah, good morning. Good morning. Good evening there.
It's about, I think, let me remember it, Doc. If I remembered when I had the interview with What's that? I think it's in Anna Strong. Um,
You
they
made me
asked me
happy.
about. Wait. Wait for a while, Doc. My daughter is crying. I could not remember, but I remembered one is about eval assessment. I had a
Assessment.
question about assessment.
How did
So
they
how
ask it?
do uh, if I remembered it correctly, how do you use the result of assessment?
Okay.
I think I think the question is like that, Doc, and I answered. I use the data from the assessment to identify my pupils' learnings, for me to work on the activities that might be needed for the students who learned, and for those students who might have not grasped the lessons carefully, Doc, and for also for what you call that, remediation for the students who needed it, Doc. I think
Very
that is
good.
my answer.
Those are good answers. You just need to add, like, what do you do with people who already have it or the people that excelled? You also need to put, how about enrichment for my gifted and talented, or for my high performing students? I need to make sure that I also plan for enrichment activities, some higher level activities still relating to the topic possibly, but maybe problem solving, relevance to real life. How do you apply that learning to real life? Things like that, that you want to challenge them to research, for example, in order for them to do more about the subject, and then share it with their classmates. So you are addressing the needs of the your high, medium, and low kids. Okay, so when you
Yes, Doc.
answer those, always think about your high, medium, low, and of course your special ed, your gifted kids, and 504 kids. 504 kids who's like not quite special, but they have problems, sometimes health problems. But
Okay.
anyway, yeah, it's that's a good answer. I like that. That the use of assessment, when they talk about assessment, which is the third core proposition of National Board, you always need to talk about assessment, as you know, as you are aware, is something that teachers should do at the beginning, at the middle, and the end of your lesson. So my assessment that I would get the data from my informal assessment or formal assessment at the beginning, that could include anticipation charts, could include KWL, any of those informal things that I would do. Those are going to lead me to know what are the things I'm going to do for the middle of my lesson. I might do a very quick assessment in my head to say, okay, I'm going to continue with what I planned, or I'm going to add to it, or I'm going to decrease some things and add something else. I'll make some quick decisions based on what I find on the pre-assessment. And then during the lesson, I will use formative assessment where they would do thumbs up, thumbs down, thumbs sideways, to know if they're getting it. Well, if they're not getting it, I may have to slow down and add something else, another activity or whatever. So those are informing me of my next steps. And also, also, like you said, acknowledging the students that are getting it and the students that are not getting it. Okay. And then the end of my lesson, then I would do my exit slip, 3, 2, 1, for example, 3 things you learned, 2 things that you will be able to share with others, or 1 thing that you still have a question for the teacher. And you can change those questions up, by the way. So, but anyway, so you have to say, when you are being asked questions on assessment, you have to say the beginning, the middle, and end, not just the end, because a very common answer is always at the end, because you always at the end you will do your reflection about next steps, right? What worked, what did not work, what were the glows, the grows. But then don't forget that you also do assessment at the beginning and at the middle, which is your formative. Okay, so I think that would be more comprehensive answer for the next interview, Giselle. Okay.
Yes, Doc.
All right, so how about questions on knowledge of students? What are the questions that they would ask about knowledge of students?
I remember, Doc, I was asked about what I'm going to do with those unmotivated students, Doc.
And then
I
how
was
did you
asked
answer
like,
that?
so I started it like I have this I have I've used one of my students, Doc, who shows a little motivation in school. Then I told the interviewer that when I recognize the when I see the pupils' behavior, I talk to the former teacher for the since I was the grade 6 advisor. I talk to the grade 5 advisor. What may be the cause, the behavior of the students during her class, and also I called the parents. They called the parents of the students to ask if about the behavior of the child, and I also applied as I have remembered. I told him that I'm using the multiple intelligence test before my on the first week of my class to know my students. So
Very
I
good.
applied. I guess I applied there the knowledge of students. Then I told him I called that a student. I talked to him. Okay, I talked to him. Then right after talking to him, I was designing activities to get his attention, maybe to capture his interest, doc.
Mhm.
And um, I think that was it. And I told him that later part the of the class that student of mine showed improvement in my class.
Very good. I love that you said what that happened was. It's like a story, and you finish it at the end, what happened at the end. Did the student change? I love that part. And having three or more solutions, a good thing. Okay, the talking to student is number one because you want to know the root cause. You need to make sure you use the word root cause. You want to use the root cause because the student is usually motivated by what happened. I want to know what happened. What's going on? Is there something at home that's going on? And so on. And so based on what the student said, and especially if the student would say something about home, I would make sure that the parents are aware, that the student is affected, for example, and for example, if the child has been so sleepy in the classroom, I would like to share with the parents saying that, what time is the child going to sleep? Or is the child just closing the door and then, or going under the blanket and playing his games, things like that. So you do specific things that you actually would say. Okay, so that's the only piece that you would have left is what would you say to the parents and what do you say to the student? And I love that you use MI, multiple intelligences or surveys, personality tests, any of those things that I do at the beginning of the year would really be helping me to inform me of what the student should be doing, right? And then lastly, the use of the former teacher, effective, very good, because going back and saying, what did this student do last year, especially if it's in the beginning of the year, you don't really know the student yet. So using that previous teacher is always a good thing. So yeah. And a lot of times I would ask the teacher, like I'll ask the student, like, who was your favorite teacher last year? And if he gives me the name, I would really talk to that teacher, like, how did your child, this child said you are her favorite teacher. What did you do last year that really motivated this child? And so whatever that teacher shared, I will follow that. For example, a teacher might say, well, last year I found out that this kid was really big on airplanes. And so now, I'm going to do my unit where I would actually include that, flight or something about airplanes, that I would make as an example so that the child will get interested. So you're going to hook that child into the learning based on his interests, right? So, oh, perfect answer there, Giselle. I love that. I would have really put you on a very high score on that answer. So, how about another person? Thank you, Giselle. I'm gonna ask someone
Thank
about
you, Doc.
those that had interviews before. How about interviews that deal with knowledge of content or knowledge strategy questions? What kind of strategies have you used in your classroom? Those kind of type thing, content or strategies. Anybody that had interviewed before, share with me. I know Ruben Pueblas, you have had interviews before, right? Ruben?
Yes, Doc, good afternoon in the US. Actually, right now I'm driving, so I could not be able
That's
to
okay. Don't turn
speak.
your camera. No, you don't worry. You can still talk if you want to. But what were the questions that you remember that you had to come up with something about strategies or content related questions?
All right, actually, the interviewer told me if what would be the strategies for students with autism and ADHD.
Okay. So what did you
Then
say?
I told them that if the students having autism, we can use ACC, which is the Augmented and Alternative Communication System, because the students with having autism, they have a hard time in terms of communication skills.
Right?
And if the student's having a ADHD, we need to provide alternative material for them to have like timer, because
Good.
they can easily grasp, they can easily cut up their lesson quickly. So we need to provide differentiated instructions also. And the instruction that we need to provide to them is step-by-step process.
Okay, yeah, you got it. You got it. Write it down. Having them to write down in their daily notebook, in their communication notebook, their journal, the list of things that they have to do, and doing the step-by-step thing. Have them to have a daily list. And sometimes if a child really needs help, they could even have it checked by the parents and have the signature of the parents and comment by the parents. It becomes a three-way communication between you, the student, and the parent. That's good. And also for ADD kids, they're very disorganized. If you look at their class, their desk, they're going to be very disorganized. Everything's like crumpled pieces of paper, everything's in there. So you may want to partner up with that child that's kind of more organized and have them to help, at the end of the day or whenever, to clean up. But I always did that anyway. At the end of the period, before you go, your ticket to leave my classroom is that your desk is organized and you have answered my exit slip question. Those are the two things that you have to do before you leave my classroom. You clean your desk up, look around, and do not be telling me that's not my trash. If it's by yours, by your desk, do not say that. Pick it up. This is our classroom. This is not going to be you do it because it's yours. No, this is our classroom. Everybody has to, to play a role. So that's what you do, and that would help your ADD kids. Another strategy for ADD kids is that you don't put them in the middle of the class. You need to put them in the side, because if they're in the middle, they're going to see both the right and the left. They'll be so distracted. So they need to be like somewhere in the front, possibly. So they don't have, like, if you put them in the back, they're going to notice everything in the front that's going on. So if you put them like in the side, in the front, possibly, it's going to help. Although you have to be careful about that, because in America, they're going to think that if you put them in the front, that's a punishment to them. They're going to say, why are you punishing me? They're going to say that. So, so you might want to, I've done it before where I would actually have a piece of paper where I would say row 1, if it's in rows or groups, I would say row 1, seat 1, row 2, seat 3, whatever, so they have to pick it. And then, if you want to design that where where the student will get the first one, you can do that. But hopefully if they don't get one, you say, hey, can you see there? If you cannot see very well, or will you be able to focus there? If not, can somebody, you exchange with him, and I will give you a reward if you do. And then I will ask the person in the front to see if you could exchange it. So that way it's not a punishment, especially in the high school here in America. They really think it's a punishment if you put them in the front. So be aware of that. I know that a Filipino teacher here did that. And so the student had anger management issue, and she threw a whole big fit, like mad, like, hey, why are you doing this? She was doing this, really scream and really mad. And it went so bad that the principal had to go there, the SRO, the police, the school police had to go there, because this child really threw the biggest fit, she got so mad because she thought she was being punished. Another way that they think they're being punished is where you take them away from their friends. So I would never, I would not want them to sit with their friends anyway, if I could help it, because they will not pay attention to you. They'll be talking about something else. So they'll have to earn that. Sometime on some Fridays, I would like, okay, one of the rewards is that you can get to sit with your friends. But once you start not paying attention to me or be off task, I'm moving you back. So anyway, so those are some things that you can do. So ADD, so organization, placement in the room, journal. And then for autism, like you said, is Ruben, is that the communication will be an issue. So if you can find a friend there that that you observe that the child is close to, you could have that child to be a partner, to sit close by, so they could do things together, and this child would thrive because he's got that support. That's one thing you could do. Okay. And a lot of times, some of the issue would be they don't know how to make friends. So you might want to, in my classroom, I always have a class ambassador, I call them. And those class ambassadors would be like, if we have any student, like a new student, for example, they have to be the one to go with that student, to go everywhere, show them around in the classroom, sit with them in the cafeteria, play with them in the playground. That's part of their job, because you do not want anybody to ever be alone, and I would share with them, like, remember when I came here in 87, my family was not here, only my husband plus his family, but I felt so lonely because I didn't have anyone. I don't ever want anyone to feel that way, that you are so new at that school, like I was so new at this place, that I want somebody to know me. I only had my husband and he introduced me to all the other family members and friends. But what if he didn't? I would have been so lonely. So the same thing with students that would arrive at your school being so new, that they need to have somebody. And so that class ambassadorship would be something that you could use. Okay. And that sometimes they would say, the fire marshal person, which the person that would stay behind if there is a fire drill, they have to check the bathrooms, have to check everything that nobody's left behind. That could also serve as your like little ambassador person that would make sure that your autism person, your child, would be able to have someone. But don't ever impose it. Like, always ask them. Like, I would always empower them by saying, I want you to choose. Who do you want to work with? Because if you start having them having an input, they're empowered. You're not making them. You're having them get that input that, oh, I like to work with Mike. I like to work with Debbie, with Giselle. So you want to make sure that they have that power. Okay. So good answers there, Ruben. So from my addition, what would you add to your answer next time? The additions that I had added.
Yes, thank you so much for the additional information. And I would like to take the opportunity to thank with Sir Mike and to Dr. Merlina for having this kind of Zoom meeting. We learned a lot from this, and hopefully we can have a job offer like this week or thank you so much though.
Yeah, Ruben, I hope so too. Please let me know, okay? I'm always so excited. It just makes my day. I want you to know when I get an email from someone saying, "Hey, I'm already in America," or "Hey, I already got a job offer. I'm processing my papers now." That just makes my day. I feel like I'm floating in air. You're like, "Oh my God, I'm so excited for so and so." And Dwayne was like, "Who?" And I'm like, "Well, you don't know them, but I know them." Because that really does make my day. It's a big deal to me when somebody's here, because I know that you are making a difference in the lives of kids. At the same time, you are making a difference in your life, your lives of your family. So it's not just you, really. It's that the whole family is affected. And I see that the impact of that. So that's why I'm so excited for you. So it makes me so happy. All right. Well, thank you, Ruben. And where are you driving to anyway? Where are you going? Are you going shopping?
Yes, with my wife.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, tell your wife good luck too. Okay. The two of you. Do you have any kids? I don't remember.
I don't have. We're planning to have
Okay.
maybe this season.
All right. Well, good luck.
Thank you.
I hopefully meet you here in the U.S. in Arkansas. Hopefully, doesn't matter what state you end up with. I hope that I meet you here in Arkansas.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
All right. Okay. So, do you have a next one, Mike, that you want to call?
Indeed, our pleasure.
Who?
I think Mr. Oloyede want to talk to us.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hello, Dr. Merlina.
Well, hello. How are you? Finally, I
I'm
got to
fine.
see you,
Thank you
Ali.
for the
Yeah,
other time.
I love your
I'm
shirt.
doing good.
That's a really nice shirt you are
Thank
wearing.
you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. So what did you
How's
were
it
you here
going?
earlier? Did you hear anything that we have
No, I
talked
came in a
about?
little bit late. I had an online class with one of my students, so
Okay.
I joined a little bit late. Yes, I joined a
Okay.
little bit late.
Yeah.
Yes,
So
sir.
do you have any comments or
Thank you for
anything or
the.
question?
Yeah, I just want to give you an update.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Megan House gets back to me. They shared their link with me to register.
Okay, good. Minga House, Glenn.
Yeah, Megan House. And I also had an interview this week with U.S. Virgin Island Department of Education.
Okay, what happened? Did you ask you for interview or are
I
you
didn't-
hiring?
Yeah, they asked me for interview, and I'm expecting a reply from them. I had an interview with the principal, and they're like 5 or 4. It was a long interview.
Oh,
So, and I
wow.
hope
So
I
you
did
felt
well.
good about it? You felt good? You felt like you did good?
I'm just looking. Yes. I felt very, very nice.
Nice.
That feeling when you
What kind
did
of
well.
questions what questions did you get? And what did you learn something from here?
Yes, there was a question about my philosophy. Yeah, that was the first question they asked. There was a question about my philosophy of education, and I told them that. Then again, the second question I had was about evaluation. And I think I was lucky enough to make mention of the 3 parts: the pre-assessment,
Good.
the formative assessment, and the summative assessment. And I also
Perfect.
tried to touch on the types of it's that it can't be only pencil and paper. It could be just observation using your anecdotal notes. It could be in form of projects. It could be in form of technology. Maybe just giving them little quizzes or Kahoots. I made
Very
mention of that.
good. Oh my God, that's awesome. Yeah, those are answers that I would have scored really high, like the perfect score, because you did technology, you did performance-based evaluation, and formal and informal. All those. Oh my gosh, you did a very good job on that. Any other question? What other question? The
Yeah,
teaching
another question
philosophy
that
is
was
good.
asked about classroom management. Classroom management.
Yeah. So how
Classroom
did you answer
management.
that?
Yeah.
How did you answer your classroom question?
I made mention of the tools that I've always been using here as an IB trained teacher. The first thing I mentioned is about having what we call the essential agreements in the classroom. In the beginning of the term, we all come together to have our essential agreements that everybody in the class is going to be abide by. And we are going to put it down in colorful cardboard, and it is going to be displayed in the classroom.
Good.
So anytime anybody is trying to break the rule, we can always call their attention to that. Excuse me. Remember we had it in our classroom arrangements. I mean, our classroom rules and regulations.
Yep.
So I touched on that. Then again, I also touched on planning, and I said most of classroom management comes from maybe when students are bored or when they don't have enough to do. And I think I really touched on that as a teacher, you need to plan ahead. You need to plan for a lot of fun activities and engaging activities. You need to have a lot of materials. Even when they are run out of one material, they are always moved to another material. And the popular thing they say, like an idle hand is a devil's workshop. I said that in the interview.
Oh my gosh. Sound like you just aced an interview, Ali. You aced that one. Oh my God. I would be so surprised if you didn't get the job. Very surprised. I would be very, very, very surprised if they just do not offer you the job, because those answers are amazing. I am so impressed with them. Yeah. So you feel good about
and the
that.
last one, okay, immediately I mentioned that. She said, I don't have any other question. Like, you've actually covered everything.
Whoa, that's a good one.
So,
yeah.
So they asked me. They asked me about the question, yes, and I asked them 2 questions. One was about, you advised me the last time that I can ask, like, what order are they open to me sponsoring an after-school club? And I showed them my idea of exploring AI club, that I've been doing it over here, and it's been very, very successful. Kids love it. The school management love it. And I've been getting a positive report on that. And they said, wow, nice. They can't wait, that they are very open to sponsorship of after school club. I made mention of that.
What club was it that you talked about? I forgot. Which club was it?
exploring AI clubs.
Oh yeah, yep. I remember that now. Yeah.
Exploring AI. Yes,
They love
exploring
that.
AI
They love
clubs.
that, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
they really love the idea.
So
They love the idea.
you did learn some things from our Zoom that you use on your
A
answers.
lot. I told you, it's your Zoom is like a podcast to me. I listen to it all day.
Oh, that's so
Oh,
nice.
it's always
Now,
when
your
I'm
job.
working.
Yeah, now your job is to share that with others, okay? You have to share that
Yeah,
with
sure,
others so
definitely,
that they can be in here too with you, okay? Yeah. Well, my
definitely.
God. Ali, I am so
Thank you very much.
impressed with you, man. Oh my goodness. That was such great
Thank you, thank
answers.
you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I
Okay.
appreciate it. I'm just looking forward to their response.
Yeah.
But while waiting, I'm still looking for opportunity. I'm
Yeah.
still open to interviews. Yeah, I'm
Email,
very, very
email
open
me.
to interviews.
Yeah. And then when
Yeah,
you
we
get
will.
the job offer, always ask Glenn to help you. Okay. And you
Yes,
CC me
yes.
when you do a Glenn, you don't have to do two, just CC me so he knows that I know.
Okay, okay,
Okay. Yeah,
okay,
that would be
okay.
cool.
I will do that.
That
I'll
would be
do
cool.
that.
That would save you
I'll
time.
do that.
And
I'll do that.
so what you need to do is make sure that you contact him. He's gonna ask you, what the school has. Does it have more than what is it, 800 students or whatever? They have certain size that they want.
1,000. Yes. Yeah.
How big is the
Okay.
school?
I don't know. I don't know how big it is. Maybe I will check.
You need to
Maybe I will
Google
check.
it, okay? The first thing you should do when you
Okay.
get interview is always Google the
Okay.
school and look for the
Okay.
population, like what's their population
Okay.
in the US, and it might be the same on US Virgin
Okay.
Islands. Is you Google
Okay.
that school and put school
Okay.
and school population, and it will tell you the number.
Okay.
There's a website there for all those websites, and it will tell you the number. Okay, Glenn is
Okay.
gonna want to
I'll do
see that. And the second
Okay.
thing that he's wanting to know is the grade report card of that school. Is it an A school, B
Okay.
school, C
It's
school?
cool.
Those
Great
are the two
report
things
card.
that he's gonna
Okay.
want to know, okay? Because he
Okay.
wants on he's got 50 visas available right now, he told me. So you still
Okay.
have
Okay.
people. But he really wants those big schools so that they'll have room for more teachers, not just like one teacher or two. They would want a
Okay.
big school so they have a more potential of more, because you can only have up to 15% international teachers.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
So if you
Nice.
have
Nice.
100,
Okay.
then you can only have 15 people there.
Okay.
So yeah.
Okay.
So
Okay.
they want like hundreds. That's why they have a big organization.
Oh. Okay.
He said he had helped more than
Okay. Okay.
15,000 teachers. So he's been in business.
Wow. Nice.
Yeah.
Wow.
So he's very
Wow.
organized. Yeah. So anyway, but yeah, oh my goodness, that's just all great news there, Ali.
Thank you. I
Yeah,
really
nice.
appreciate it. Thank you.
So maybe you're
Thank
on
you.
Virgin Island, maybe you can come to Arkansas in the future and see us.
No
And I'll show you.
problem. Anytime. As long as I'm on US soil, I'll always reach out to you.
Oh, sounds
Definitely.
good.
You've done a great job.
Sounds good. And you can
Honestly.
share your experiences with us, because that's US Virgin Islands. It's a beautiful place, by the way. Yeah, like ocean and all that. Awesome.
Yes.
Oh yeah,
I've been checking the
I
videos
might come
after
visit.
that.
If you end up there, I might come visit.
Okay. No problem.
Yeah.
No problem.
Okay. Well,
Thank you.
anyway, is there something else that you want to motivate or encourage others in order, like not to lose hope, anything like that, so that because some of them have been trying 2, 3, 4 years, and some of them, and they still have not found one. And here you are so lucky, you just started and maybe you found one already. So you're one of the blessed ones. So is there something that you want to tell them to make them have more hope?
Yes. I would love to encourage all the teachers all around the world. You've been trying. The one thing I need to tell you is don't give up. If you give up, you are going to regret it.
Never give up. That's right. Yep.
Never give up.
In God's good time, right?
Yes. And also always practice a self-reflection. Always checking in with yourself. I'm always talking to people. I'm not alone. I have teachers here that check up on me. The way I pronounce words, the way I'm sounding, the way I'm answering questions. I have people that I do mock interviews before I go to the main interview. Yes.
Yeah.
If they can do that, that will help them a lot. Yes.
And that makes a better
So
teacher.
getting into interview now for me has become my confidence level of like top them when it's come to interview. Because I've been vetted, I've reflected a lot on myself. And I've also helped people around me, helping me, correcting me, criticizing me before I put myself out there. So I think if they can do that, they can find like a team or maybe a teacher that understands them. Yes,
Yep, you
I
have
think that
growth
will help.
mindset, sounds like. Yeah. Yeah, growth
It's
mindset,
doable. They
reflection.
can do it. Yes,
Yep.
thank you. Yeah.
Awesome. You
Yes,
have the,
yes,
you have the really positive qualities of a teacher, like national board certification. You know, you have to be a reflective teacher and an analytical teacher, and it sounds like you are. And a growth mindset person is someone that would open up to ideas and asking others for help in order to grow. That's you know, in comparison to fixed mindset where they know it all and they can't grow because they're so good at it. Nobody wants that. Nobody wants a know it all. So you're not, obviously, and
I am not.
having taught to IB school, in IB school, that's also going to be of help to you because those are like the best, you know, those are the best schools. So being a teacher there, that already says a lot about the quality of a teacher you are, because they do not just hire anybody off the street. They have to have great teachers there. Yeah. So to me, when you told me that you're from an IB school, you know, international school, I already knew you must be a good teacher because I have observed when I did my accreditation visits, you know, to accredit schools for international schools, I was always happy to see Ivy League, you know, IB school because those are the curricula so good and the quality of teaching is so good. The students are so good. So yeah, so those are my favorite places to go.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. So it's a school that
I'm going to message you.
Go ahead.
I'm going to message you.
Okay, good. Do that. That would be good.
And I'm also going to share my introductory video with you. I have 1 minute video introduction.
Okay.
With my CV, I'll send it with you.
Okay, sounds good. I would love that. That would help me. You know, I don't know if you have noticed that I have been making a lot of reels and presentation that I posted on our side, on our International Teacher Support in America side, ITSA side, and my other one, International Educators Supporting Each Other. Those are the two places that I posted a lot. On YouTube, sometimes I do, but a lot of them are on Facebook. And so if I get ideas, like for example, you send me something, I'll make something, I'll presentation out of it so that everybody will benefit. So that's what I've been doing when I hear something. So thank you.
That's good.
Yeah, I'll try to acknowledge. So and so, Ali, share this with
me.
All right. Okay. Well, thank you. And I'm looking
I'm still here listening.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm still here listening. I just want to give other people a chance to talk and share with us too their own experience. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Awesome job. Now, where in Africa are you from again? Ali, where in Africa?
Nigeria. I'm in Nigeria.
You're from Nigeria. Yeah.
Yes.
I know you were. Yeah. So Nigeria. Do you have a lot of Nigerian friends that are also applying?
No, I know some few ones, but maybe next year, because I'm the first person in this school, and I share the knowledge with others. So some of them are still having issue with getting their credentials evaluation done. I have done mine.
Okay.
But some of them still need to go to school. While some are still taking some master's courses here, and some are about to finish
align them. Yeah. Yeah.
So you start seeing a lot of us very soon.
Oh, good. Yeah. Share with everyone. Okay. Share my email. I'm okay with it.
I will.
Yeah. Do that because we are trying to get to 10,000 members in our Facebook, and we have 8,200 something.
Yes.
So we just need 1,000, 1,007 something.
It's doable. Yeah, it's doable.
Yeah.
Very, very doable.
Yeah. So it's doable. Yeah, you have to help me. You have to help me in Nigeria.
Thank you. I will do that. I'll do that for you. I promise. I promise. I'll do that for you.
Thank you so much. Okay.
All right. I'll be listening. If you need me again to talk to you, then I'll unmute and talk again.
Okay. Sounds
good. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Chance to talk. Thank you.
Thank you. You will get a copy of the recording, so you'll see yourself there. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. So who's next? I appreciate input like that. That's amazing news. Mike, do you have anybody else?
Wait. Merlina, do you want to share your visitors there and we will be coming later on to Dr. Merlina's house?
Yeah, when are you coming anyway? I got food for you guys.
They said they will be leaving at 10 and then we're just going to follow them because I will drop my daughter Michaela and Helena because they have a practice. Doc, my daughter Michaela will sing in a band there in the festival in Memphis.
Are you serious? Wow, that's nice. Tell Mabel to videotape it, so I want to see it, okay? To make sure
Yes,
you
po, Doc.
video, yeah, she videos it. I would love to see it.
Including Ma'am Jing's son, the eldest, Jimwell,
Wow.
and then April's husband, and the other Filipino there.
Who asked them to do that? The choir?
No po, a band po.
A band. Okay, nice.
Yeah.
I did not know you have a big band like that to
No,
sing.
they just I think they just formed that for the Fiesta bar. I think sila Fiesta, Memphis Fiesta there for Filipino group, Filipino community there po.
Wow, and
This
you
Saturday, Doc.
this
This
coming
Saturday.
next Saturday.
Yes po.
Next Saturday. Okay, well, I
June
wish I
7.
could attend, but I have company that time. I think Johnson and them are coming next week.
Mhm.
So how many are you coming this afternoon? How many people?
I'm trying to call who's this Mamirna, but as per Sir John, they are 8, and Sir Benny's family.
Okay. Hey, are you planning to stay? Our Jet will be here tonight, but then he could stay with grandma. So you can still stay next door possibly. I'll ask him, but
Yes,
usually
probably they will be staying there, but we cannot stay po.
you cannot. Oh yeah,
Yes po.
because
We have a prior appointment po on Sunday,
and then
and they are already a lot of people there, though.
I know, but do you know that I have an apartment upstairs on in the hangar too? Yeah, but anyhow,
Try to call
so
them, yeah.
yeah,
Okay,
but
well,
I'm
we are
looking forward.
calling them, so
Okay, I'm looking
Ma'am
forward to you.
Ma'am Benavides, yeah, Ma'am Benavides, Maria Leonora Benavides.
Okay, go ahead.
Hello, sir. Hello, Sir Mike. Hello,
Yes,
Doc
ma'am.
Merlina.
Hello, it's nice to see you again.
Yes,
So
been
what's
a long
up?
time.
Have you had any interviews?
I haven't yet. My first interview was last December, and it's very unfortunately I didn't ace the interview, and I've learned a lot from this Zoom meeting because I learned from my first interview that those mistakes that I made.
Like tell us about it. Share with us if you don't mind.
For example, ma'am, the question is, the principal asked me question, then my answer is I just read because I'm too nervous. I read my answer.
Oh no.
I didn't look them eye to eye. So I think and I catch them smiling, smiling at me, and I'm too nervous because it's my first time. First
Right.
time to have first interview. And when I joined this Zoom meeting, I learned a lot from this Zoom meeting.
I'm
So
so
I
glad.
jot down those, especially that you said that do not show that you are nervous in an interview because sometimes you might be mental block.
Yes, you will get a mental block because your
Yes.
heart is racing. Yeah, your heart is
Yes.
racing. Yeah. You just relax like you're doing with me. You just talk to me like that. Yeah.
Yes. And I am very, very excited to join this Zoom meeting one time, is it May 3 or I think May 17? I missed the one Zoom meeting and I thought it was the other Saturday. And then when I realized, it's already finished. And I told myself, oh my God, I missed the Zoom meeting. And I just listen to those teachers, to those who have this experience. I just listen and take down notes and learn a lot from them.
We're good.
In this
So
Zoom.
you can find all my Zoom videos in the YouTube, right? Are you a member? Have you subscribed?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
Yeah, you can
Doc.
just look at the numbers and see like this is 99. And so you can just go back like that, 98 and 2 weeks ago and
Yes.
so on. Yeah. So
I'm
anyway,
very
yeah,
thankful.
hopefully you learned something. I'm so glad that you did. Okay, tell me at least 3 things that you learned. Can I put you in a spot like that?
The first time you interview me, Doc, is that the first thing that I comes always in my mind is that you have to be specific because
Specific is terrific.
specific is terrific. Yes.
Yes. So how do you do that now? How do you do that? How does it look like?
I jot down all the. For example, when my first interview, I'm very I just gave broad example, so I didn't tell them the very specific thing that I do inside my classroom.
Yeah, now you
So I
do.
just
Now
tell
you do
them,
specific. Yeah, think about student.
yes,
This is what student did in my classroom. This is I've done this way, or
yeah,
a friend of mine shared this. You know, things like that. Or I've
yeah,
seen, yeah, you can say that. Be specific. Yep, it will go a long, long way. And now you're looking better at the camera. Look at the camera like you're talking to me. So don't be looking sideways. Look at me, okay? And that's you're doing an awesome job
yes,
with that now. So what other
yes.
thing do you do? Do you say specific is terrific was number two?
Um, my philosophy, uh, my philosophy in education.
Yeah. So you
So I
learn,
just
yeah. You
so
changed.
I just tell them that about education, something like that, like that. I can also give, for example,
Good. For
not
example of
not very
philosophy.
general.
What's your
For
philosophy
example,
anyway? Tell me your philosophy.
I'm not just only I'm not just only a teacher inside the classroom, but also to teach with heart. Not only teaching them my student good speaker, good in grammar, but also to teach them a lesson in life, especially when I teach literature, because literature is my favorite area in English.
Mm-hmm.
My philosophy in education is that I want my student learn from me, and then and when they finish their education, they come back to me and thank for what they learned from me as their not only as their teacher but also as their second parent. And I want my student not to impose or to force them to do this, to do that. So I'm just there a facilitator inside the classroom, and not as dictatorial inside the classroom.
Very
So I
good.
want them to choose, for example, in giving in my group activity. So I don't like to impose them. Like, you are this in this group, you do this in this group. So I see to it that this student has this, for example, he likes to dance, so this group is for dancing. He likes to sing, this group is for singing.
Mm-hmm.
And when this group is like to write a poem or an essay, so there is what they call this a differentiated instruction, differentiated activity that's suited to their needs.
Okay.
Because I thought that if you force students to learn, the it will not come as up that as like their heart is in their learning.
Very good. You
So I want
said that, but you said it in so many words, Maria. This is how you could say, okay? You could say, in
yes,
my teaching philosophy, there are four things: relevance to real life, collaborative,
okay,
um,
yes,
social emotional learning, which is SEL, where they, teach with the
okay,
heart, and then differentiation. Those are the four things you could say, or you can stay with three things. You can combine those. And then after you say the four things, then you start elaborating. So number one, relevance. So when I teach, I would make it, connect to real life. And you can do an example. Next is collaborative learning. I make sure that I would, for example, if you do like you have them to draw names, or you can have them to do um, Wheel of Names is an app that you
yes,
can go, wheelofnames.org is an app where you can put their names or their numbers and you spin it, and then it will pick the names of who you're going to call or who you're going to group. Okay, you can do that. That's equity. And so collaborative learning, and then your SEL, social emotional learning, is that teaching by the heart. And then you can do your example about them coming back and, and still, remember the lessons that you've taught them. And of course, lastly is differentiation. I believe that students, learn different ways. So I need to make sure you address their needs, which is really in the form of multiple intelligences and addressing their learning styles. So those are the four things. You can just name them first and then take it one at a time. And then that way it will
okay,
be more organized. Okay. But
okay.
three is always
Thank
a
you,
magic number. So I would stay with three. And then that way you can say first and then next and then lastly, and it will be sounding so organized. Okay.
Yes.
Just like what we
Okay,
want the
thank
kids
you.
to do when they write. Okay. Yeah,
Yes.
you can do that, but your
Yes, thank
explanations
you,
were
Doc.
amazing. Amazing. So for everyone, that's what you need to do. Whenever there are more pieces in your teaching philosophy, I want you to name those three things first and then start explaining them with examples. And that makes it so much more put together, I guess, more organized. Because sometimes when we don't do that, you would get lost in the examples, right? And so
Yes, exactly.
when I do like somebody asks me to do a training or some examples, some speeches or whatever, I try to tell them three things. These are the three things that I'm coming here today to tell you. And then I would start with the first one and I start doing elaborations there. And then I would say, okay, the second thing is this. And in that way, it will keep me also organized, right? Yeah.
Yes, Doc.
Okay. So that's good. I hope that would help you. Okay. Those are
Thank
good.
you, Doc.
Yeah, those are great pieces, by the way, of your teaching philosophy, because I can tell that you do care about your students, and
Yes.
that comes out really well to me. And that's always going to go a long, long way. Okay. So keep that up.
Yes,
Okay?
Doc.
Yeah. I love the word
Thank you.
facilitator. I love it. And not dictator. Facilitator
Yes,
and
Doc.
not a dictator. Yeah. So
Yes, Doc.
make it rhyme. Facilitator, dictator. Don't say
Dictator.
dictatorial. Say facilitator, not the dictator.
Dictator.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sometimes I kind of, because I'm Ilongga, so sometimes it's like my accent. The
Oh,
accent
it's
is
okay. Don't worry. They'll understand that. Pera, ginapiko, ginapala.
na Negros yun, Doc. Negros. Ang
Negros.
sa amin, malambing, ah, sabi nila, galit na ang mga Ilongga, pero akala mo galit na, pero malambing pa rin magsalita.
Malambing pa. Oh, that's so sweet. And so what do you say about Cebuano? Cebuano is like,
Same, Doc, same. Ang mga Cebuano is near lang ng Negros, near ng Panay Island. So
That's very
sometimes your language is, medyo hawig ng konti.
really? Kasi
So,
parehara sa inyo. Parehara sa inyo?
Jutay, parehara sa amon, Doc. Jutay man gid.
Yeah. See, I'm from Cebu, so I'm from Lapu-Lapu. Actually, from Mandaue.
Oh.
My mom was from Karkar, which is south of Cebu. So
Opo.
yeah, so
Yes.
very, very humble, a very humble beginning, and very nice folks there, you know. So I love them. I want to go back. I want to go back every year, but I can't.
Yeah.
It's too
Ang mga
darn.
Bisaya, Doc, is very cheerful, masayahin.
Oh, thank you. I think I think Manila too, though. I think Filipinos in general. I get that a
In
lot.
general,
Like,
yes.
why are you so happy? You know, and the comments in the internet that you see is like, Filipinos, you know, there's a lot of poverty there, but you would not have known that by the happiness that you see everywhere you go. People are so
Yes.
happy and seem contented, and that is true. You know, we have so much
Yeah.
poverty in the Philippines, but they would not
Yes.
know. We'll give them the best that we have. You know about the story about this really poor family, and there's four or five kids there, and they only have one whole fish to share. And there was a
Yes.
visitor from the city, and they said, don't worry, they'll only eat part of the fish, half of the fish. And so the kids were hiding behind the curtain, and the moment they flipped the fish over, they said, oh no, gibali. They're flipping the fish. I thought that was so funny because they're sharing that's all they have, and they're sharing it
Yes.
to their visitor, like giving
Yes.
the best to them. And sometimes we do that to the extreme, that we don't wear our pretty clothes unless we are going somewhere. We should wear your pretty
Yes.
and your pretty everything daily, because why are you saving that, So you should, we're bad about putting it away until we get company. Why would company deserve more than we do? We should do that in our daily living. Yeah. Anyway,
Maybe it's because from our lolo and lola, because they always told us you should wear new when you go outside, but when you're in the house, just wear some old clothes.
I know, but I don't do that. Well, maybe I do in some ways, but I usually do like whatever I feel like. Like sometimes I would go with the weather, like if it's so hot, and I would say, okay, this is a short weather day, so I would wear more of an exercise outfit type thing, So some short sleeve. But then when I go to church, of course, you're gonna wear your best,
Of
right?
course, Doc.
But everything else,
Anyways, I'm from the church, Doc, now.
Oh, you are okay.
I attend church now, Doc. That's why enter late in the Zoom because it's the end of May here in the Philippines, and we celebrate the whole May as Flores de Mayo,
Rosa,
honoring Mama Mary,
forgot about
shower
that.
flowers.
Yeah, I forgot
Yeah,
about. See, we
I
don't do
just
that here.
attended the church.
We don't do that here, especially if you're not Catholic anymore. I'm not Catholic
Yeah.
anymore, Church of Christ. So,
Oh, okay.
so we don't do that, but I always hear from the Filipino teachers because most of them, I think all of them maybe, are still Catholics. So, and a bunch of them are actually in
Mhm.
the choir. The Filipino teachers are in the
Oh, okay, I see.
So I'm so proud of them. All right. Well, thank you again so much, Maria. Good luck on your next one. Okay. I hope you do well.
Thank you, Doc Marlena.
Yeah, December.
Thank
Yeah.
you so
Okay.
much.
Okay.
I
Continue.
hope so. I
Yeah,
wish.
www.schoolspring.com. Okay. All right. Thanks,
Yes, Doc.
Maria.
Thank
Okay.
you. Bye.
Bye-bye. I want to talk to Erwin. It's been a long time since he attended, and I'm so happy to see his name up there. Erwin, what's up with you?
Yes,
Are you coming to
that is what
Arkansas?
I'm planning also to call him.
Yeah. Erwin, are you coming to Arkansas? Because it's vacation now.
Hello, Doc. My goodness.
Yeah. Hi. Are you coming to Arkansas?
Hindi po, Doc. I think it's not possible because Jeff, I think Jeff is already on their way, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. They're coming to
And we
see
still
me.
have our classes until June
Oh,
5.
June 5 pa.
Opo.
But you can come after. You're off June on the rest of June and July. When do you go back?
Go back where, Doc?
To the to your school. Go back to the to the school year, the next school year.
August, third week of August. I'm not so
You
exact
have
with the date.
you have 2 months, man.
Yeah.
So what's your
So,
what's your plan then for vacation? Are you going to the Philippines?
no, Doc. I don't have any plan to go back to the Philippines for a vacation. Our district attorney talked to us about the risk of going back to the Philippines for vacation. So I didn't attempt to buy any ticket. I mean, yeah. But some of the teachers, like I think 4 teachers from this district will be going back to the Philippines for vacation. Pero ako parang wag na muna. I don't want to take that risk.
Yeah. What did they say the risk about? Like you might not be able to come back because of Trump's things?
Yeah, it's all about politics and immigration thingy process.
Mhm.
Those are the things that they have discussed to us.
I didn't even realize that teachers were told that because I didn't think that would I guess connect with you guys because for some reason I thought in the news that it was about international students, not international teachers.
Mhm.
Of course, the visa, as you know, is the same. It's J1 visa. So that would make sense that it would affect the teachers. But
Yes,
what they're
correct.
afraid of might be extreme. I don't know. But it's sometimes it's safer to be safe than sorry, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They said prevention is better than cure.
Yeah, prevention is good. But
Yeah.
anyway, so you can just do local vacations within the US. Are you planning to do that?
Ang I don't, I don't know, Doc, because the only place that Mamirna, Sir Mike is they are really persuading me to be in Arkansas. And aside from that, I don't have any plan to go somewhere else. I think the very important thing right now is to sleep because I've been doing a lot of things. Uh, I think I have to withdraw myself,
Yeah,
refresh myself with all of the things.
recharge.
Yep.
Mhm.
Dahil ngayon pa lang po sa mga nag-a-apply, I just wanna say, teaching in the Philippines is totally different in teaching in the United States.
What's the
The
difference?
you have a lot of experience, 20 years of experience, but if you're going here, it's totally going back to
Start
zero
over.
process. Yeah, you have to start at the beginning because the culture, students' behavior, educational system, totally different. So,
Okay.
kailangan po ng maraming sleep and
Good.
tulog.
So Erwin, were there some things that you wish somebody told you before you came that now you know? Or did you already know about all this?
I think uh it's not about the job. It's non-related job thing. I think uh the process on how to attain an SSN, um the process on how to have a credit card. I think these are these are the things that a teacher now in the Philippines should take note of also, but you can't do that there. you can only do it once you're here.
Right,
So,
right.
but
I
as
have a
long as
presentation with that, right? Did I not
you,
put one in there? Yeah. Hmm.
I don't know because
I did.
the school district really help us
Yeah.
to roam around. They
Yeah.
are with us. They are with us in applying the SSN.
Mhm.
There are Filipino people here who help us to attain a credit card and some other things.
Yeah.
But at least you have that kind of background at the back of your mind. So whenever you're alone in your district, you're the only Filipino, at least you have a little background of what you're going to do once you're already here.
Good point. Yeah, because social
Yeah.
security number for the first time, card issuance, you have to do it in person. You cannot do it
Mhm.
online. So you Google the nearest social security office.
Yeah, right.
After you get that, get the address, and then you go there.
Yeah,
Make sure you bring all your paperwork, all your documents
that's
from,
right.
that you brought here. Just get it organized, bring it with you, and then they will tell you what to bring, and then within what 2 weeks. 2 weeks or 3 weeks?
2 weeks, doc.
2 weeks
But
you
they
get it.
said, in some big cities they give 1 month of receiving the card, but it's
Okay.
not all the time.
So two
Once they
weeks
can
in,
give it to
yeah.
you within less of a month,
Here
then they
within
can give.
10 days is what they said in our area here.
Yeah.
But up to a month. And then once you get, that's the key to everything. That's when you key to open a bank account.
Mm-hmm.
And then you get your direct deposit from your school if they do that.
Yeah.
And then you also can get your state ID. And state ID is like a driver's license, except it's a non-driving ID.
Yeah, that's one
Yeah.
thing. That's one thing, especially right now, based on the administration of Trump. I think it would be better for a new teacher to have a permit, a driver's permit that would serve as the I mean your state identity. Katulad niyang driver's license permit. I think after 3 months ko pa na siya nakuha,
Mm.
nakapag-apply because of
Mm.
so many things that we have to do in the school. Pero yeah,
Yeah, but
right?
you can do it immediately as soon as you get your driver's license. I mean, your social security. That's a key. So you can go to the bank, open account, ask them what's the best bank to do, especially the
Mhm.
bank where the school is banking, and in that way it's easier for that direct deposit. I always tell them that go to the bank that the school is using. I think that's the
Yeah.
best. And then you can apply for credit card. Discover.com is usually one of the best because they if anybody
Discover is so easy though. Discover
huh?
is so easy.
Yeah, it's
Discover.
easy. Yeah.
Yeah. I have
And
my
if
Discover and I also have my bank account credit card.
Yeah, you can
Pero
do, yeah.
parang
Your
I
debit
think
card. Yeah,
I still
just
have to have another credit card from a more reliable bank.
yeah. Because especially if you come from a smaller one, get a big one like Discover or
Yeah.
Chase or Capital One is another. And then you have your SoFi.com, SOFI, and there's
Yeah.
all kinds of banks that are good. Credit One is another. And WellsFargo.com
Yeah.
is another. Yeah, there's a lot of them that's good. And so you apply that once they say you are a teacher and how much you make, you'll get a good limit. What's your limit? The first one that they give you, what's your limit that they give you?
For Discover, it's an automatic amount. It's $500. But for my bank uh account where they provide us the credit card, it's like 1,000.
Okay.
Yeah,
But
$1,000.
you I don't that's weird though because some people would always start with 1,000 or 2,000. I don't know why yours is only
Mm-hmm.
500 because most of the time it's 1,000 or more. But later on you can ask for a increase. Increase your
Yes,
limit,
Doc.
especially if
Opo.
you have been good at paying. Try to make sure that you pay everything in full. So if you cannot pay it all in full, that means you're living beyond your means. Okay,
That's
so
right.
try to always once you charge because the interest will be so high if you do not pay it off. So do
Opo.
not so before you use your card, say, okay, can I pay it when my pay comes? And if I cannot, I need to wait. I need to wait because then otherwise you will be like building it up and it's gonna be so darn high. Okay, because no credit means that you just came here. No credit means bad credit. So they look at you as
Right.
somebody with bad credit because you don't have any credit. But you're building that credit up by having paying your bills on time, paying it, and then also having like installment. For example, you've got a car and you do payments, and it shows that your payments always it's always regular, no lateness, no penalty, then that's gonna build your credit up. And also when you use your credit less than 30%, or like for example, if your limit is 1,000, try to not do more than 300. Then if that's and then if you do that, if you do more, then try to pay it as soon as you get home or whatever, pay it so that it would not be over the 300. 30% usage would help your less than 30% usage would help your credit rating. It may be 40, but anyway, but yeah, you need to watch for that limit. So if you have the $500 card and another 1,000, so that's 1,500. So try not to use that within that month for more than a third of that in order for your credit to get higher. Okay, so some people do not know about that usage one.
Yeah. And probably they are asking, Doc, some of the teachers here, probably asking, why are we talking about credit cards and thingy? But I don't know if they know that credit card in the United States is very important because you have to earn your credit score to avail some of the important things that you need. I mean, like a car.
Yeah.
That's just a necessity
Yeah.
that you have to avail.
Yeah,
And you
because
need the credit card, credit
bad
score.
credit means you have a high interest rate. So if you have a good credit, like a good credit would be 750 and up. It could go
Yeah.
up to 800, close to 900, but 850, I think maybe. But anyway, but if you have 750 and up, you pretty much can get a loan anywhere. If you have a job and have 750 or higher credit rating, my credit is really bad right now because I keep forgetting to pay mine. I have the money. I just quit forgetting to pay the bill. And so now I'm starting to do an automatic thing where I would just pay it,
The auto
You can
pay.
do that. Yeah, auto pay thing and just pay the full amount, You can do that and that way you don't have to forget. I'm so busy. I'm always going somewhere and I never remember to do it. So it's just sitting in my purse somewhere. But anyway, so now I'm doing better. But then if you have it bad where it's below 700, you can always build it up within 6 months. You just have to, get your act together and not be late at all. Every time you apply for a credit card, it's gonna ding you by a few points. Do not do that within a few months from each other. Like if you do one, wait, I don't know how, you have to Google how long, because it hurts your credit every time somebody would check your credit in order when you
That's right.
apply for another one. So do not be applying a lot because then your credit will be just pretty bad. Okay. So just remember every time that you apply for a card, and especially if I get declined, that's gonna hurt you. Okay. So yeah, this is a credit. I know in the Philippines there's a bad connotation, like don't have a credit because it's a bad thing. Here in America, it's a needed thing. Like Erwin said, it's something that will help you have lower interest rate when you get a house. For the H-1B visa people, you can get a house. You can buy a house if you want properties, and for the J-1 visa, if you want to do a car installation, installment thing, then you're gonna be having a better credit. I mean, a better interest rate, because if you have bad credit, the interest could be 29, 30%, but if you have good credit, it could be 7%, less than 10%. So it's a huge difference. Okay. So thank you for mentioning that. Okay.
Yes, no, I'm sorry. I can't, I mean, talk a lot, like speak to you a lot because I have an appointment right now at 9:47.
Okay. Go. Okay.
I'm
Thank you
in a
for
hurry
talking
right now.
though. I appreciate you.
But I will still be listening to this Zoom. I
Okay.
just have to go.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, have a good
Thank you
day.
so
Okay.
much.
Hey,
Yeah.
come to Arkansas anytime you can. Okay.
Yes, Doc. Magplano muna ako.
Okay.
Pero so far, wala naman akong pupuntahan. Only Arkansas. And I think Ma'am Mirna is really waiting for me. And Sir
Yeah.
Mike.
Hey, check for
Yeah.
allegiantair.com. Allegiant Air would have the cheapest rate, and it's going to Memphis. Usually they get it like a third of what the others would charge. So
Yes, po,
Allegiant
Doc.
Air. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, Doc.
Southwest.
Bye-bye. See
Okay,
ya.
bye-bye.
Yeah,
Hello,
Doc.
Bye.
hello,
Yes,
Arlene.
Hello.
Doc Merlina. Doc, Ma'am Mirna is ready now.
Myrna, go ahead and talk to me, Myrna. When is your ETA here?
Hello, we'll be there maybe, what time are we leaving here? Maybe 10 o'clock or 10:30, Doc Merlina. We'll be there. So these are the people from Missouri. Well, okay.
Hello. Hi. Hi.
Doc Merlina.
Hello. There's a lot of you guys.
Yes, we're there. Oh, we have Jefferson. Where's there?
Hello. Hey, Hi, Jeff. My God, that's a lot of people. Okay, well, I'm
Hello, Sir
looking forward to
Jeff.
your coming. When I
Ano
finish the Zoom, I'll have to cook some more stuff. Yeah.
balita do, Marvin? For all the teachers here, I'm sorry, maingay talaga kami ha. Sorry.
Wait lang, mag-brush muna ako.
Ayun na, mag-live
It's a
ako,
mess.
Jeff.
We'll see you later, po.
Family.
All right. Well, I'm looking forward to your coming.
I think Sir Benny and family are still preparing there upstairs.
Okay.
So yes, yeah, we'll be there. And Doc Merlina, the wife of Sir Jeff, cook your favorite sinigang.
Yay! Yay! I love sinigang. Thank you.
Yes, Doc.
Thank you. Yeah, we'll have a feast when you get here. Okay. All right.
Yes.
Thank you. My God, they're doing a lot of cooking
Bye,
there.
later, Doc. See you.
Okay. See you then. See you in about 3 hours. Okay. All right. Okay. Bye-bye. Oh, that's so nice. I'm so excited about their coming. All right, for the rest of you guys, if you're still in the Philippines, this is something you can look forward to, is visiting with each other on weekends. And that just really makes me happy. Anytime they would say, "Hey, Dr. McCullough, we're coming to your place," or Miss Merlina, whatever they call me. So hopefully, all of you will get to come here and have some get together parties with us. And so I'm just hoping and praying that you will do that. And you go to www.schoolspring.com, continue to apply and get that link for that 50 states that I have. If you don't have that, email me, mcculloughmerlina@gmail.com, and I will send you the link to all the 50 states schools. So you have other schools in mind. It will be all in there. Not all in there, but the top 20 schools in every state. I did that. And all you have to do is get the link and you go and find jobs there and apply directly. Okay. And get your resume. If you get your resume and cover letter to me, I will actually look at it and see if there's something missing. The most important thing that should not be missing are the 3 references on the bottom of your resume. Without that, you're not going to get any interviews. So make sure that you put 2 administrators and 1 colleague in there on the bottom of your resume. If you can put a small picture on top, that would help too. It's not required, but I would recommend it for international teachers. We don't have to do that locally here, but for international teachers, they want to know what you look like. So it would speak 1,000 words or more. So I would recommend that too. And your extracurricular is something you should not forget to put in. Okay. All right. So IDNI, facilitator IDNI. Why'd you call it facilitator? No, that's not facilitator. I'm blind. That's your first name. Miraflor, right? Femi LaFleur. Thank you, Dad. Femi LaFleur. Idnai, what's the deal with you? Have you had any interviews lately?
Hi, Doc. Good morning. Good
Morning.
Good morning to my fellow educators. So, Doc, as of the moment, I am still waiting and hoping for an interview.
Okay.
So my email is there's no interview yet, but I am still hoping, though it's May 31 already.
It's okay. We have the new visas are coming October 1. So they're going to continue to interview. There's going to be opening, guys, all year long anyway, because there are some people that are going to, to take off. There are people that are leaving, all those, so don't worry. They will be jobs. You just have to be patient. Okay. And yeah, so you will be. Okay. So you've been applying where? What state have you been applying in?
I've been applying in Arizona, Doc.
Okay.
And I have been trying in Arkansas as well.
Okay, so Arkansas.
Because my former colleague told me to focus on the 2 states, Arkansas and Arizona.
Okay.
So they've been coaching me, Doc, every step of the way.
Who's coaching you?
And my former colleague, Doc, Ma'am Zate,
okay.
And the one who is already in her 4 years in the US.
Okay. Do I know them? Do I know them?
You knew Ma'am Zate, Doc. Ma'am Harvey. You knew her.
Yeah. She is. She's doing well.
Yes, Doc. She is in Arizona right now.
Yeah. See, do you know that you kind of look the same, like you could be sisters? Do people say that about you guys?
Yes, Doc.
Yeah.
We're the same in bodybuild.
Yeah. Yeah.
We're friends though since kindergarten,
Nice.
elementary, high school, college. We're of the same degree, and then God's grace, we work in the same station.
Okay. Well, hopefully that you will
We're
end up to be, yeah, maybe even sharing apartments would be nice. Yeah. So I don't know if Harb has does she have family? I don't remember if she brought her family over or not. Did she have any family with her?
She will be going home. She will be going home this year, though. I don't know if she will pursue it. I am checking on her because of the issue on the U.S. Embassy.
Mm-hmm.
So I am asking her if she will be going home. She told me that we will be meeting on June 8th. I don't
Yeah,
know if she
nice.
will be going.
Yeah, you have to take pictures together and send it to me. Yeah.
Yes, Doc.
I always
One of the worries I have now, Doc, is the issue on the J1. So
being put on
probably that
hold.
is one of
Yeah.
the reasons why the application that I am going through is somewhat I don't know if I will continue my application, Doc, on the issue of J1 in the U.S. Embassy. So I have been waiting for this Zoom meeting, Doc, because I would want to ask you on that issue, Doc, because I know that you can give me feedbacks with that, Doc, because I
Well,
am eager to be in the US, Doc.
okay, I have a friend, mingahouse.org, Glenn, and Glenn said he has 50 visa slots available right now,
Yes, Doc.
but he's gonna want big schools, like at least 800 or 1,000 students in that school, and then it has to have a rating of at least, I think, A or B or a C, but not a D or F school. So those are the two conditions, okay? The size plus the grade. So if you apply to those schools, so which means you have to Google those schools and look for their report card grade. You put in quotation report card grade and then their school name, and then you'll see what the grade is. A lot of times it's actually published in their Department of Education for that state to see the grade of the different schools. And so then if you have a good grade school plus a good size school, he should be able to help you. He told me, Marlena, tell me if there's anybody that would get a job offer, let me know so I can give them visas. So there are still visas available, and if somebody will know about what's going on, he would. He already had helped more than 15,000 teachers. So yeah, so he had contacted me
I
the
have
other day.
been I have been following the Minga House, Doc, since the day I started my journey in the application.
Mhm.
So the last day I look at the Facebook page of Minga House. I have read there are only 50 visas
Mhm.
left.
Yep.
So
Yep.
I
He
just hope I
emailed me
can
that.
get one of those.
Yeah, he emailed me that and emailed Glenn at mingahouse.org or at minga.org. Anyway, if you just Glenn within one N, Glen, and email him and
Yes, Doc.
mention my
I
name.
have
Mention that,
done
yeah.
Yes, Doc. I have done email to Sir Glenn, but
Yeah.
unfortunately, I did not mention your name, Doc, because the moment I emailed my resume and application and other documents, Doc, I don't have the time to attend to your Zoom meeting until Ma'am Harvey Zati introduced me to your
Okay. Well,
meeting.
any of you guys, if you mention my name and CC me, then I would know that you're talking to Glenn, and that way I could actually follow up and talk to him because I got your email saying that you are mentioning you are contacting Glenn. So don't forget to CC me, McCullough Marlena at Gmail, and then that way, if he calls me about you, I know I could actually do my research and looking at your resume in my file to kind of have something to say to him. Okay. So make sure that you do that
Okay, Doc.
if you don't mind. So
Okay,
good
Doc.
luck
I will
on it,
do it, Doc.
okay? Good luck on it. Good luck
Yes,
on it, and
Doc. I
hopefully
have
you'll be
received
here.
one email also, Doc, from one school. So the email there, Doc, was unfortunately, again, the word unfortunately, Doc, but the reason was they only have limited slots for teachers because the school is quite small. So they only need few teachers.
Mm-hmm.
So
Well,
I replied, thank you as well, Doc.
yeah. Well, culturalvistas.org and is another partner of mine. And at culturalvistas.org is Caroline Gillam. And it says, so C Gillam, C and then GILLAM at culturalvistas.org. And you also mentioned my name, okay? And she may be able to help you
Okay,
if
Doc.
Glenn cannot, okay? Caroline is so nice.
Okay,
She's
Doc.
very
I
nice.
will
Yeah,
be looking at it.
yeah. Anyway, okay, well, good luck, and let me know if you have good news or if you have any interview, let me know so we could
Okay, Doc.
practice. I can practice with you. Are you good
Yes,
at
Doc.
answering
Thank you
questions?
so much, Doc.
Yeah. Do you feel confident about
Based
answering
on my
questions?
interview, Doc,
Okay.
based on my interview, Doc, I think I'm on the 85%.
Oh,
I am not assuring my English skills, Doc, but then in my class, in my entire 15 years in class, Doc, I have been practicing English in my class.
good.
Though my school is in the hinterland, I
Mm,
have tried to speak in English so
mm.
that my students will stay awake in the class
Yeah.
because they are amazed, Doc, when teachers speak in English.
Yeah.
Even in funny talks, Doc, I
Yeah.
used to speak in English
Very good. But do you know
because I
that
know it
actually
will help in my journey.
you're making a good point because when I go to Philippines and of course, when I go there, I usually just do not even dress up. I don't want to get robbed, right? So I don't wear my jewelry or whatever. If I do wear my jewelry, I turn the stone over, so it will not show the stone. Anyway, so when you look so simple because you dress like the locals, the Philippines. And then but when I open my mouth and speak English like in a bank or whatever, they are like so surprised. Oh my gosh, you sound very American. Like but
Yes,
before you
Doc.
open your mouth and you just speak Filipino language, they don't know the difference. But when I open my mouth and speak English, then they would say, "Oh, you don't live here anymore, do you?" And one time I was telling
Yes,
someone this
Doc.
that even the taxi driver, and I was talking no English, maybe I mix some sometimes, but anyway, I did without knowing. And he said, "Ma'am, you do not live here anymore, right?" And I said, why are you saying that?" And he said, "Well, you just look different and you just sound different and your face looks, I mean, your complexion just different." I'm like, "No, I'm the same. Bisaya man ko dong." Like I'm so Bisaya dong. Siya nga, ma'am, lahi ra gyud, ma'am. Lahi ra gyud. It's very different. And I
Yes,
don't know
Doc.
what the difference is, but maybe they can see. I don't know. But I can't.
Yes, Doc.
Yeah.
As I observed, Doc, the very first time I attended your Zoom meeting, I was amazed because you were very fluent in guiding us. I thought that you are not a Filipina
I look
because the
Filipina.
way you speak is very fluent.
Oh, thank
So
you.
I just hope, Doc, that in my coming interviews, I can answer it fluently as yours.
No, you are doing well. Your English is very good.
Thank
So
you, Doc.
so it sounds very well. So it's very good. So anyway, so I want to wish you the best and hopefully you will be here soon with
Thank
your
you,
best
Doc.
friend, okay? That's the best.
Yes,
Two of my
Doc.
best friends passed away lately.
They, Mom Ruby is the only best friend I have in life, Doc.
Oh, yeah.
We've
Sometimes,
been together for almost 32 years.
oh wow. See, that's what I always remember the saying that the oldest friends that you have are your golden friends, and then you have silver friends and your bronze friends. So yeah, keep your golden friends for sure. I have, Mitas is my BFF there and that's since high school. And Carla was my elementary best friend. I've not even gotten a hold of her lately, but I have 39 high school friends that are so active online. And a lot of times I would get out of the conversation because they're pretty much like on the phone all the time. They're telling each other what for having for lunch. I don't have time for that. So I always explain to them that just I don't get hurt when I leave the conversation just because I don't want all this notification on my phone because I have other things I have to take care of. But I love them. Every time I go there, I go and see them. We either go out in a restaurant, I treat them, or I would treat them to a beach party. And like last time, we had like two different lechons. And we had that many people. So yeah, and then all kinds of food. So yeah, so that was nice that they showed up. And we just stayed all day. I rented a boat. They go back and forth with a boat and visited with us. And next time, I guess we're gonna have to prepare a program or something and have everybody perform. I think sing or do something, I think that's fun to do that. Yeah. Okay.
Yes,
So
Doc.
Yeah, Nick. So thank you again. And so, Mike, do we have anybody?
Doc, thank you so much, Doc,
Thank you so
for
much.
always guiding me, Doc.
You're
Thank you
welcome,
so much,
sweetheart.
Doc. May God bless you
You
always,
too.
Doc.
You too.
Sir
You.
Mike, thank you. Thank you, Sir
Yeah.
Mike.
Welcome.
Okay, Mike.
So we have also we still have some visitors from I think from Africa. We have Mr. Walter and who's this Consolata Karimi.
Those are new.
But I
Okay.
think we want to talk. We want to Mr. Walters to talk.
Okay, Mr. Walters, you want to talk to me? Is that Young? Yong?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Kindly unmute yourself, sir.
Mutes. Okay.
Okay.
Hi, Mr.
Hello.
Young. Walters, you have been so active on ITSA Facebook. Thank you so much. I really appreciate every time I see your name, like, oh, he's so nice to do that. So thank you. I appreciate you so much.
You're welcome, Doctor.
Yeah, tell me how
Yeah,
you
you're
found
welcome.
us. How did you find us?
Actually, I was just browsing through the Facebook and I came across one of your videos and I became so interested.
Oh, nice.
Yes, I've
Thank
watched,
you.
I think, I've watched about 5 of your videos.
Nice, thank you.
And I've equally attended, this is my 3rd Zoom meeting.
Good, and this is the first time you've talked. Yeah.
No, this is the second time that I'm
Second time
speaking
that we
here.
talked,
Last week, remember last week I was the
2
last
weeks
person
ago,
to
yeah.
speak and my lighting was not good, so you could not
That's
see my
it.
face.
I remember that now.
Hope
Yeah.
you remember.
Yeah. I like your background.
Okay.
That's so nice. Yeah. Anyway,
Thank you, Doctor.
yeah. So tell me
Thank you,
about your
Doctor.
experiences. Have you been interviewed or have you been applying everywhere?
Oh, Doctor, my experience is a sad one, I must say. I have not had any interview. I've not had any indication from any school district or wherever. And I remember that on the 5th of this month, May, I sent you an email with my resume and cover letter, but you've not replied to it.
You have not?
I guess you must be busy.
Oh, I'm
Yes,
so sorry.
I reminded you last.
Did I say
Yes, I
received
reminded
it? Did
you
I say
last.
received it? Did I say I received it?
No, you did not say
Okay,
anything.
it might be in my spam. Can you resend it for me?
Oh,
I
okay,
always
I will do.
I
Thank you
always
so much.
acknowledge it within 2 or 3 days. I always acknowledge when I receive something. Okay, so if you don't, then
I
I'll
see.
resend it. Yeah.
I see.
5th
I
of
see.
May.
Yeah, I remember. I hope you remember last Zoom meeting on the 17th. I was here and I spoke the last.
Yes, I remember
Hope you
this
remember.
about your light. I do remember. But don't please resend your email for me, okay? It's McCullough Merlina at Gmail. The spelling is under my name here. Yeah. And I
Yes,
always
I have the
respond when
email
I see it.
address.
I'm always saying received, and I always send you a note about the important links. So you have all the links, that I want you to see. And so if you did not get that, I did not get it. Okay. So sorry about that. Thank you for mentioning
Okay,
it.
Doctor.
Not even aware. Yeah.
No, yeah, no
No.
problem, Doctor.
www.
So I've not have.
Yeah, schoolspring.com
Okay,
is what
okay, Doctor.
where you need to apply. Mm-hmm.
Okay, Doctor. Yeah, I remember I've been applying. I started this journey in 2023. November, I think, yes. So I did my foreign credential evaluation and got it in December 2023. Then I linked up with an agency and we had promises. We were a good number of us there, but unfortunately, I was not granted an interview. But I was taken to the next stage within the agency. I was, in fact, I attended a series of Zoom meetings and I waited for the principal interview or any interview with the school district or with any of the principals. But
Did you have to
I did
pay?
not get
Did you
any.
pay them? How much did you have to pay them?
No, the payment didn't come at the beginning. We had to do payments, but later on, when you must have received your GS 2019, so they said. Yeah, so I had nothing as such. So no payment has been done so far.
Good.
The only payment that I've made anywhere was just for my foreign credential evaluation.
Good. Do not
and
pay.
then I equally, yes, I equally did my certifications of documents and so on. Did this one or two, and then put everything together, hoping that I will receive an interview, but it
Yeah.
didn't come. It didn't come. So,
Not yet. Well, you continue to
but
apply.
I'm
You
not giving up.
continue to
I'm
apply.
still
Okay, Walter?
struggling, but
Yeah. But do not pay anybody unless you're already processing your papers. And with J1 visa, you need to check that they are under the designated visa sponsors. When you send me the link, there's going to be a list of designated visa sponsors link there. And those are the people that could actually do J1 visa. The other folks, if they're not listed in that list, that means they're third-party agency, and you don't need to have them unless your visa is very complicated. Okay, if you're very complicated, they will have lawyers and all that in their staff.
I see.
But otherwise, you need to just go straight to the designated visa sponsor. Culturalvistas.org is one of them. They are directly gonna be, yeah, Green Heart is another, GEC, Global Educational Concepts is another that's very commonly used by our teachers here, okay? So GEC, Global Educational Concept, Green Heart, one word, and then culturalvistas.org is another. And I don't know if Mike can add some more to it, Mike. Those are some folks that would help you and have helped others here. Okay, but just be careful if they start charging you $3, $4, $5, $6,000, just a red flag. Okay, because they should only be doing that when they already are doing paperwork for you. And a lot of times, a bunch of these like cultural visas, they really encourage the schools to pay for it instead of the applicants. And sometimes they would say, okay, half the applicants and half the school. They really want the school to contribute. Okay, but unfortunately, a bunch of the schools don't have the budget. So they really cannot afford it. So they might want you to go ahead and pay for it, but they may, sometimes you can ask them later, you keep your receipts, and sometimes they would reimburse you with some of the things. Like, our speakers today, Dr. Ellis, she said she will reimburse the FCE or the, not the FCE, but the test, like the TOEFL test, Teachers of English as a Foreign Language, TOEFL, and some praxis, all those tests you are taking. Keep those receipts because some administrators would actually pay for it. That's part of their, budget. So, but other than that, some schools, especially if they're little schools, they're not going to have the money to do it. But the pay here is so big. That's like from the Philippines perspective, is 10 times. 10 is $50,000. Yeah. How much is the pay in Africa? In which part of Africa are you from, Walters? Are you Nigeria?
I'm in Cameroon.
Cameroon, yeah. Cameroon, what is the pay for teachers there?
Yes, I'm neighbors with Nigeria.
Oh yeah. Cameroon, what is the yearly pay
Well,
there?
there's a basic salary. There's a basic salary. Yes, the basic salary per grade, because here we have 2 grades for the secondary school teachers. There's the first grade and the second grade. The first grade where you teach just with the first cycle, that is Form 1 to Form 5, and then the high school now has its own grade. So with the first grade, you are about 400,000 francs.
How much is that in dollars?
I don't know how to convert it to dollars. How much that's 200, $600. In fact, it's not up to $200 dollars.
Huh?
Not up to $500. Yes, it's about 200 and something dollars, not $500. Between 300 and 400
dollars a year.
Yeah,
or a month.
That's the basic salary. So you may have some other things like yes, you may have some other things like advancement, the years you have put in service. After every 2 years, a teacher is advanced. Yeah, the salary is advanced. You change your level, your index, and so on. So that's how we operate here in Cameroon.
And that is a year. Did you say that's a year? That's a year. That's for the month.
After 2 years. After every 2 years, yeah, the salary advancement.
Okay,
after every 2 years.
but the money that you told me,
salary increment.
Yeah, but the salary you told me was for the year or for the month?
No, it's for the month. For the month, every month.
It said 700. It said in my Google, it said $700. So you're if it's 12 months, so it's 8,400. So you're a little more than the Philippines. So but still that would still be about 8 times here. It'd still be about 7 to 8 times.
Oh, I see.
Okay, whatever you're getting now is about times 7 times 8. So it's still a very big jump.
Okay.
Right? Yeah. But you have to remember you're also spending dollars.
Wow.
Yeah. So even if you have to borrow money for
Yeah, exactly.
you can pay it within the year. You know, you can usually pay it within 3, 4, 5, 6
Yes.
months. Yeah.
Yeah, it depends.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
depends, doctor.
Yeah. So
So another thing that troubled me somehow. Sorry,
yeah, go ahead. What's
can I
troubling you?
continue, doctor?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, another thing which actually troubles me here, and I don't know, sometimes when I apply to some of the school districts, they require US certification, which I don't have.
Social security number?
And it becomes, no, a certification in the US.
Well, then you need to apply.
That's the US teaching license.
There are 3 different states that you can apply quickly. The department, you need to write this down if you want. Department of let's see, the first one is New Mexico Department of Education. And the second one is Maryland Department of Education. And the third one is Illinois Department of Education. Those 3 places are easier to get. And I think they may be less than $100 and you get it. One of them was like $10. And so all you have to do is get your paperwork in online and they will mail it to you. And then you get it. Okay. Then you can put it on your cover letter saying, I already have a reciprocity license from New Mexico or from whatever. You can say that. Okay. So if they ask for that, those are the 3 that are easiest to get is what that the candidates were telling me. In Arkansas, the license not going to be given unless you are here in person. They will not issue, most states will not issue unless you are here already. So those 3 states will issue you. Okay? So that's what the next step you should do is do that. Get them. Go to Department of Education. You need to Google them. And then when you go to their website, you need to go under licensure. Okay? And when you see licensure, go under reciprocity and then follow directions on what to do and so on. So yeah. So their website, licensure, and reciprocity. Because they're going to be different. There are different ways to license. Is the local ones, and then they have the ones that are from international, which is reciprocity, by nation. And so like the Philippine licenses, a bunch of them are actually getting it. And some schools or all the schools in the US going to be wanting your praxis test taken. So some of them would require that you already have your praxis. What is your area? What are you teaching?
English language and literature in English. I've been teaching now for 18 years.
Okay, so you need to go to its.org and that you need to go praxis and then find that area. Yeah. So if you Google praxis there, and you can Google it or you can go to its.org and then on the search button you just type praxis. Under praxis there's several. So make sure that you notice the name of it and what the area is. So if it's English language arts, there are going to be several areas like from elementary to high school. So you need to find the right one. And you can actually do this from home. The thing is, it's about, I want to say praxis maybe $100 or something like that, 100 something. Yeah. And then, but then once you pass it, you pass it. It's good for any state. So it's a good investment if you're going to do that, just like your FCE is going to be good forever. Okay. So your FCE and your praxis worth the investment. Okay. Yeah. In Arkansas, we have an extra one. They want TOEFL.
Yes, doctor.
Yeah, but it's not required in all the states for to have TOEFL, but praxis is. Okay, so praxis is something that you should be taking already if you can. So because it's from home. Okay. Any other questions that you have? Any comment? When you send your resume to me, resend it. Make sure that you have your three references on the bottom. Okay, they have to have their email and phone number. Yeah, and their title. If they're principal, their supervisor, what are they? Put it down there too. Okay, because that's how it's done. Is that when they get your application, they're gonna go through your application. I was a former administrator, so I know how this works. So we would look at it, and they would look at your references, and then if they like your resume, they would send an email to all those people in the references, and they would send us a survey, and the survey is like a Google form about you. about what your organization, the way you teach, your curriculum planning, how you get along with colleagues, or, and all that other stuff. Some of them I put NA because I really don't know, because for example, they used me as a reference because they've attended my Zoom many times. Some of the things I would not know. So I'll just put NA, not, but they want to know like your strength and weaknesses, and a comment. Usually I say I highly recommend, this person will be an asset to your organization or to your school and all that. I usually would say that. Of course, I'm not going to lie. If I don't know you, I'm not going to say those things because I don't know you. So I feel like this is your second time. So I'm getting to know you, Walter. So that's good. So you can eventually later
Yes,
use it
doctor.
as a reference if you want. Put my name on top, because then they'll recognize it in
Yes,
this.
doctor. Doctor, excuse me. I don't know. I followed up some of your Zoom meetings, and I learned. I heard you saying that someone can mention you as, or can reference you, can put you as one of the references.
You can.
Yeah, so I'm sorry I did that without informing you as my
You
first
need to do
reference.
that. Yeah. You need to
I'm
inform me so
sorry.
I know. That's okay. But you can what
I'm
you can do
sorry.
is let me know so that I'll be ready if they call me. I'm like, okay, I need to, because I always have to go back to the videos. I have my notes here, my video notes.
Okay.
And so I'd go back to what my notes,
Wow.
that one, from what video, and then I
Okay.
have numbered them so I can go back and see what I wrote about each person. Yeah. So anyway, yeah,
Okay. Okay.
yeah. So hopefully you will get an interview.
All right,
Actually,
doctor.
I have actually talked to some administrators, and they actually would like to have folks from Africa, especially if you Google
Okay.
some schools with mostly Black kids, mostly African American kids, they want some African teachers because they want the teachers to look like their
I
students.
see.
Okay? So they're actually you'll actually be at an
Okay.
advantage, especially in a school where mostly Black students, because they want their students to see themselves in the teacher. Okay, so that's gonna be a hint for you
Okay.
to
Yes,
find
doctor.
schools in
Okay.
the capital. So what you can do is Google capital of that state. For example, Arkansas is Little Rock. So you go to that Little Rock School District, and that's the biggest in the
Yes,
state.
doctor.
They would have a lot of African American students there. Okay, most of our capitals in the United States have
Okay.
a lot of African American population. So Georgia is one that's loaded. Atlanta, Georgia. New York City would have a lot. And so if you look at I think Alabama and Mississippi would have a bunch too. But a bunch of the South, like some of the southern states like Carolinas and stuff, they might be mostly white. Okay. Florida would be
Okay.
mostly Latinos, a lot of Latinos. California would be a lot of Asians, a lot of Filipinos there, even lots of Asians there. But anyway, so different states have different teachers that are coming in floods. Like we have so many Filipino teachers in California, so many. So anyway, same as in Florida. Okay, Hawaii too. But the other
Yes,
states,
doctor.
you're gonna look at capitals. That's what I would recommend for the African teachers, is that you need to focus on the capitals. Because if you're gonna look at rural areas, they're gonna be mostly white. Okay. And then some of them might not, like, oh, we don't have students that look like them. So we might not, we might not hire somebody. I don't think they'll say that, but I know that I don't see them. I don't see them there. That's just like when I have Filipino teachers there, they're gonna, they have Filipino students, they're gonna want to have Filipino teachers there. Okay. So like that's why California
Yes,
is
doctor.
loaded with them. Yeah, because there's so many Filipinos in California. Okay, so that's something that I would, of course, we cannot
Yes, doctor.
discriminate according to the basis of your skin color or age or anything like that. But of course, those are things that are unsaid. You can just see the faces of the teachers and say, okay, this is mostly this
Yes.
population. You can kind of say that, but you never voice that out. I would never voice that out. I can't believe I even said that here.
Okay.
But for me to advise you, another thing that you can do is apply at Catholic schools or some schools that are private schools. Private schools are actually not as strict as public school on the hiring, and some of them are desperate for teachers. because a lot of the school, like a lot of in the US, when they graduate from our colleges, they don't want to apply in private school unless they cannot find a job in public schools, because public schools pay a lot more than the private.
Okay.
Yeah, so they would not be
I
able to
see.
get as many applicants as they do in the public school. So private schools struggle to hire somebody. So you can Google you can do ChatGPT list of private schools in whatever state. Okay, you can do that, and then New York has a bunch of them. Yeah, Google that, and then Google the school and look at their population. You can always tell the population by the pictures that they post on their website. When you see the students' pictures and it's mostly African American students, you know that school is going to be mostly African American. They always try to represent their school, the diversity of their school, and the pictures of the students. Okay, so that's how you can kind of tell. Okay, so if you see a picture and it's mostly white, like, okay, that's mostly Caucasian, So that's kind of what you could see. Yeah, you could see that in their pictures that they post. Yeah. So anyway, so those just are some little tips that I would like to share with you. Okay, so Google that and then know more about them. Okay, their vision, their mission, their teacher handbook. All those are good help for you. Teacher handbook, parent handbook, student handbook, read them, especially for the discipline part. And then I always say the school board agenda and meetings will be posted as well. Read them, because then that will tell you what's going on in that school. If you see a lot of expulsions, a lot of people being expelled and all that, that might not be a good sign. It's like, okay, lots of discipline problems here, or
Sure.
yeah, and you could see also like a lot of changes in administration. Like they have different principal, they have different whatever, You could also see that, like, what's going on in that school. You also want to question that. Is that because they just do not have the good applicants? That's why they can't keep them. Sometimes it's that way because of where they're located in the state, for example. Some people want to be close to a capital, to a big city. And that's why some people in the rural areas are not able to get the good administrators they want, because most of those administrators would rather live or work in a city. And so that's the issue too. Okay. And so anyway, Memphis, by the way, if you do Memphis, Tennessee, there's a lot of needs there. Okay. So go to Memphis, Tennessee would be a good spot for you, I bet. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, doctor. Yes, doctor. Thank you.
Okay. So good luck, and let me know. Get me updated if you get something. We can practice your interview if it's your first one. We can do that. I can Zoom with you and do a personal one-on-one, and we can do that. I've done that in so many, and they've done better because they would answer me, and I'm like, well, you might want to add this, you might want to add that, you might want to not say this. I would do it that way. And they said a bunch of them, of course, ended up with a job, and they were telling me that really helped me just to become confident on my answers. And of course, watching the Zoom also would help you. Okay. All right. Any last thing that you want to say before we go on to the next one? You have any other comments that you want to say?
Okay, doctor. Yeah, the very last thing I want to say is just to give you a word of thank you. To thank you so very much, because you are doing a very wonderful job. I'm thanking you, not forgetting Mr. Mike, who has been there sometimes too when I'm passing through Facebook, just browsing through Facebook, and I see anything that Mr. Mike posts, I immediately land there, and I'm so excited. When I see your post, I'm just so excited to read through, to learn. And everyone on this platform who has been giving so much input, I appreciate everybody.
Well,
yeah, I can even see Debbie. There are times where she comes in and she gives a lot of input, and I'm so overwhelmed. So
Debbie does a good job. Yeah, and Giselle.
So much.
Myrna. Yeah, they do. We have some regulars here that are amazing, right? So you're also becoming one. You know that, Walters? You're becoming one. So keep that up.
Sure. Thank you so much, doctor. I appreciate it.
All right, you're welcome. You're welcome. You know how you can pay me is to come forward, help somebody else. Okay, that's how you can help. Is help somebody else. Okay.
I will.
All right. Okay. Next, Mike. Who's next? Yeah. Thank you. Mike, do you have somebody else, Mike? I'm trying to read.
Doc, I think who wants to talk? I think Sir Giancarlo is ready to talk or want to talk to us, or
Yeah,
any girl
English
or
teacher.
woman,
Yeah,
because
thank you,
we're
Mike.
almost talking to all
Man,
mostly boys,
I know.
mostly men.
And Mike, remember that I always try to make a rule of no three boys in a row, no three girls in a row. Try to avoid that in your classroom. Yeah, try to think about equity in gender. So yeah, it looks like Maria left. Okay. It's so late now, that's why. And so who wants to talk? I know I talked
Hello,
to her.
Doc.
Okay, who is it?
Yeah, it's MJ, Doc.
Oh, hi. How are you, girl?
Yeah, hi.
Yeah. Hey,
I'm doing good.
tell
Yeah,
me,
how
tell me
about you,
about
Doc?
you.
How are
What's
you?
going on?
Oh, I've been, well, lately it's really a tough day for me, and I get so drained off with all of the applications, and I only get, rejections.
No, I'm
But
sorry.
I never, yes, Doc, and I do have this one in Hope, Arkansas, and it's actually, yeah, and then only to I mean it's really tough, right? That I do spend time and then going through it, and then oh my God, I just only get a rejection. But anyway, it's not I it's not really I'm not really that kind to get, so what's that? I just
Courage.
have to push through it.
Yeah.
Yes, Doc,
What did
that's
Hope
it.
Arkansas say though? Hope knows me. The Hope administrators would know me,
Uh,
especially elementary.
I guess it really has something with my references,
They want two
because
administrators
I
and one
do,
colleague. They want two
yes,
administrators and one
yes, the
colleague.
mhm. Oh
Did you do
yeah,
that?
so maybe that's I did, but I just really don't know what's the reason why I get declined. And I guess it's not just of there are a lot of rejections that when I try to check my email, all of those are rejections. But good thing that I have one, so that's why I really joined. Most of the time I really joined with the your session, for me to really get an input, because on the third day of June, that's gonna be I do have a principal round interview, and
Hmm.
I hope so I could make it. So
Good.
please
What
do
school
help
is
me
this?
with
What
it.
school is this?
Lee County of Florida.
Is it Florida or is it in Arkansas?
Yes, Doc.
Florida.
In Florida,
Okay.
Florida, Doc, because
Florida's a nice.
I already have lots of applications, Doc, so to
Okay.
speak, and it's really it's so tough, but I just really hope so I can make it right now,
Okay.
and
When
that's
you
gonna be
talk
for
to
next
them,
week.
yeah, when you talk to them, don't say anything about the rejections, okay? Stay
All
positive.
right, okay,
Okay, I want you to
yes,
stay
Doc.
positive. Thank you so much
Mhm.
for your time, and always,
Yeah,
yeah, listen to their introduction, take notes of who they are, what their role is, and then stay away from like negative stuff, okay? I know
all
we
right, Doc.
experienced that, but focus on the positive. Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate your time of interviewing me, and I, look forward to our conversation. Something like that. But yeah, and then make sure that you thank them after the interview. Send them an email thanking them about the interview, and I look forward to hearing back from you. Yeah, say that. That way you
All
encourage
right, okay, Doc.
having your email in their inbox would help. That like, oh, what a thoughtful teacher. That's nice of her to like email, you, especially if you say something about I enjoyed visiting with you, virtually, and so you could even do specific comment that impressed you, something about nice about their school, or nice impression that you had. I love the collaboration that I see. I love it
Yeah,
sounds like your school is this. You kind of give them a little compliment, but you be honest with it, something that you don't make up, something that you really do believe that is positive, something like that when you email, not just to thank them, but also to kind of give them a little impression that you have that's positive. Okay. Yeah.
yes, Doc.
Yeah. So you said that you've never had an interview. This will be your first one, June 3rd?
No, it's not. I had I guess it's already I do have 5 interviews
Mm-hmm.
last time, but all of those are not really positive. It's
Did
not
you
really
learn
that
from
good.
that? I
But
mean,
right now on the
mm. On June 3rd, that's your
Yeah,
sixth one.
I have one. Yes, Doc.
Okay.
So
But
that's
for
gonna be my. Mhm.
every interview that you had did not get, what did you reflect? Like Walter said earlier, did you reflect and see what could I have done differently? What could I have said differently? Did I give examples? Did I use the core propositions of National Board, like not what I know about students, what I know about strategies? What assessment do I need to use to answer this question? How do I assess? And then did I reflect on it? Was I showing that I was a reflective teacher? And did I collaborate with anybody? So the 5 core propositions should be your checklist when you answer. So in it, you don't have you might not be able to apply all of them, but a lot of times you can apply the first 3. A lot of times you can apply what you know about students, what you know about content and strategies, that's the second one, and what you know about assessment. How did you know this? Why did you say what you said? It's because of what I know the first part of the year when I gave them interest survey or MI test, or or talking to their teachers last year, I found out this or whatever. And when you go to the reflection piece, it's usually whenever you're doing a lesson example and you say, well, after the lesson I reflected, I asked myself which one I did well, which one went right, which one did not go as I thought, and where do I need to go next. Okay, because of what I observed from the lesson, I decided that I will go do some remediation or continue on, or pull 2 or 3 kids around that I noticed did not do well or did not get 80% on the written test. So I pulled in and give them remediation, while the others, I challenged the gifted kids, the GT kids, challenge them to do more. So you need to make that checklist of the core propositions. And if you do that, then especially if you use specific example from your own context, your own students, that would make your answer very strong. Okay? So for example, if I
Yes.
question about, let me practice with you. Let me see. I'm gonna put you in a
All
spot.
right, Doc.
Since you're having a thing on Tuesday. How do you deal with angry parents? So if a parents come to you very angry about something, how do you deal with them?
Well, it cannot be, it's an undeniable fact that parents will really go to school and try to ask the teacher, or let's say the advisor. And I would really say that I am also a mainstream teacher, and I also do have my SPED class. So it's definitely a self-contained class, and the other one is a mainstream class. So whenever I do have these parent teachers conferences, I really make sure that everything is really being laid upon in a direct manner, and there must be something that, especially because there are also parents who are really confused. Why is it so that I only get I mean, there's really something wrong with the let's say with the grade of my child. So it seems like they're so confused and they are really getting mad. So I need to address that concern in a very calm manner, that everything is actually being grounded in an objective manner, that okay, this is really these are the assessments, and I have to really explain it in a very mannerly way, in a nice tone, so that I can pacify them, and I'll be able also to um address their concerns, that okay, this is really it. I'm not really so sure that if it's gonna be with the assessment itself, but I believe that it really has something to do with they're just really so concerned with their child, the reason why they moved in, and they confronted me. So um with that kind of experience, I really do I do manage to handle it properly. And if I cannot really to handle it in the best way I can, if still it's at that, I mean, it's still on that level, I need to talk to the guidance counselor to help me with it. If I cannot really go through it, it's because I know for sure that guidance counselor can really somehow um, help me. And if it's not really, if still it's unsure, and there is really the need of the other hand, I let's say the principal, then I'll have to call her attention and make some positive actions on that. But on my end, I will really make sure that everything will really be okay, and I can address her concern properly, and I can also let her know that okay, this are really the things that you need to be aware of, and your child is not really getting so what's this, because there are really times that students are somehow they are what's this withdrawn, or they're not really motivated enough to
Okay.
follow what the teacher
Okay, stop,
says.
MJ. Stop,
So
MJ. MJ,
yes,
that's why you're not getting the
all
good
right.
point on your interview, because as a Filipino, we're Filipino.
Oh,
We are very indirect
yes,
communicator. We go around and around and around and around in circles before we even answer it. Okay. So I want you to be direct. Americans are direct communicators. You
all right.
answer the question, do not give them extras. Okay. If you're going to give them extra, give them specific
Okay.
example from the question. So the example is about
Oh,
angry parents. Okay. So your answer would be about the angry parents. So you start with,
mhm.
I always believe that that parents are my partners in education. And as partners, it is very important for have that communication. So if they're already in that level where they're mad, they're upset about something, then I really need to listen. See?
All right.
I
Okay.
did
Yes,
not
I'm
get,
jotting it down.
yeah, I did not get very defensive and explaining myself. No, I just said I really need to listen to them. Okay, so first I'm gonna take my piece of paper. We're gonna sit down together, and I'm gonna be taking notes of what this teacher said, or this parent said. I'm gonna take bulleted form notes. And I said, is that okay with you if I take notes? Because I want to make sure we address every issue that we might have, because as partners, we want to be on the same page. Okay, so you do that. You ask permission. You tell them you're taking notes like this. So once they get done, and of course, in your facial expression should be not a negative thing. Should be like supportive and like nodding your head,
Yes,
positive. You're not frowning. You're not mad at them. Nothing. Positive. Okay.
yes.
So once you do that, once they get done, my nonverbal would say that I'm supporting, I'm here, I'm listening to you. And after that, then you go to your notes and you say, okay, this is what I have down. This, and this, and this. Is this okay? Did I miss something? Okay. So once they see that, oh my gosh, this teacher is listening to me and this teacher is actually taking notes, that means it's important to her or to him, that's gonna even make that person calm down. You already are doing the first step to calm that person down. But if you answer the way that I'm going to ask the counselor to help me, and you're telling about yourself that, oh, my kids are lazy, some kids are, you're already saying all those things that could possibly happen without even listening to what they are coming in for. That's not a good thing.
All
Okay.
right.
So you need to always
Okay. Yes.
address the answer and always say it in the
Mhm.
perspective of, I'm here for you. I'm here for the student. This is all about kids. And as partners in education, I know both of us really care about our student. I care about him. I treat him like I do my own kids, Stephanie and Jet. And so I would love to learn what I can do to help, because I want your child, my student, to be successful in my classroom. That's my goal for every student of mine. And so if this is not happening, I would love to know what's going on so that we can solve this together. Okay, you see, I brought that person
Yes.
in and I made her or him my partner. It's not like we're not enemies here, we're partners. And so you can
Yes.
have this convincing thing going on already, but never touch on those things that are sounding negative. I don't want to sound unmotivated. Nope, don't go there. Okay, you
All
are
right.
to listen
Okay.
to them. Okay, listen to them and try to, the taking notes part is really important. And then use the
Yeah.
word root cause. Okay, what is the root
Oh,
cause of this? Okay, so if the
okay.
answer is that, oh, my child is being bullied, and I'm like, so you never say anything about what you will do for the other child, because that's a privacy issue. You will deal with that student, but you never share with the other parent what you're going to do with another child. That's a big no-no. Okay, so if that happens, the definition of bullying is that it has to happen more than once. Okay, so
Mhm.
something that
Yeah.
happens one time is not bullying yet, until you investigate and see if it has happened more than once. And another case of bullying is that one person has the more power, the more build, a bigger person, a bigger student, And that's usually a sign of bullying, is that somebody has more power or smart, bigger, and it's repeated. Okay, so that's why as a teacher, you do not make decisions. You don't have to make decisions immediately. It's okay to say, I'm gonna investigate this. And when I was administrator, I always
Alright.
have at least 3 witnesses. I would always ask at least 3 witnesses, what happened? Were you there? What did you? And before I can get that, I would never make a decision. And then after that, you need to make sure, is that okay with you? I will take care of this. I will make my investigation and I will get back with you. Make sure this is important that you say, I want to get back with you. And then you tell them today, within 3 days, within this week, within the end of the week, I will be sure to tell you what I find out. Because as partners, it's important for us to communicate and see how we can solve this together. Okay, so for example, if the issue is bullying, we're going to, I'm going to investigate and I'm going to tell her what happens and we're going to see. Sometimes it might not be resolved in a teacher level. And if it cannot be resolved in a teacher level, we may have to involve the principal, and that's okay. The protocol is the parent has to always talk to the teacher first, and then the principal. If it's not resolved in that level, you can go to the superintendent. If it's not resolved there, they can go to the school board, and that's the highest level. Okay, so in that school. Of course, other than that, they can get a lawyer and sue you. But hopefully it will not get there. So, and don't mention those things about suing by the way. You just on your answer, you need to just say, we follow the protocol. The first one is always to talk to the teacher. And thank you so much. And I always would thank them at the end. I'm like, thank you so much for letting me know. I didn't even know this is going on. And I appreciate you coming in. I know you're busy and you are coming in here to see me. I really appreciate that, because I did not know that your child has been experiencing this. Okay. And so anyway, but see, the thing is, since I have communication notebook in my classroom, I don't have this going on, because a lot of time they're already talking to me that way anyway, because they see their communication notebook, their daily notebook every night. So if they have anything to talk to me, they're going to write it down there. And they're going to say, may I meet with you? And when it's the time, and I could just answer them, or they can text me or whatever. But now with the technology, it's easy now. But that's what you need to do, is you have to remember the parents are busy. And if they have that time to get mad, that means it's been happening. It's not, they don't get mad immediately. It's been happening, a repeated thing that's went on. And the child has been complaining about something, especially if sometimes the child might have felt that, oh, the teacher's picking on me. The teacher does not like me. The teacher's always mean to me. That means, have I, as a reflective person, you're going to say, have I been negative to this child? Did I mean to be negative to this child? How can I change as a teacher so that my students do not think that I'm mad at them, that I'm negative? So what can you do? Maybe you can look in a mirror and see, maybe you have a tendency to frown, and you're not supposed, you have a good feeling inside, but then your face it's not, you're not giving a message to your face, hey, smile, because you have a positive feeling inside. You may be looking like, and I catch myself doing that. I'm like, I didn't have I didn't have a bad thing going on. Why am I looking like I'm frowning? Even in my Zoom meeting, I would look at it again before I would post it. I'm like, Merlina, why are you looking like that? You did not have that feeling. Your face is not talking to your brain. But anyway, but sometimes like that, just, and at the end, when you answer, you should always say at the end of that because you give an example, right? So at the end of that conversation, I had a parent who was no longer mad at me, who was acting as my partner and was waiting for my communication. And of course, I make sure that I follow up and follow through. Follow up and follow through means that you said what you said. You said you're going to get them back in 3 days. You did that. You did that. And then you follow up. You said, okay, from now on, I'm going to be watching this in the classroom, and you do the same at home. And then let's continue to communicate through our daily notebook. And in that way, or I would let's text. Feel free to text me. Feel free to send me communication through the school. Some teachers do not feel comfortable with sharing their personal cell. I do. I always shared mine. I really didn't care, because to me, they're my partners. I don't care, And of course, I also was when I taught, I was in a very small town. Everybody knew everybody. If you call somebody with the wrong number, they'll tell you the right number. That's how small. And so anyway, but your answer should be direct. And your answer should tell them the steps that you do. And it should show that you care as a teacher. Not about you at all. It's about this child. Okay? It's always going to be, how do my answer sound like? I really care about the child. It's not really about me. I don't have, and you don't need to ask about the counselor, because here in America, counselor is like the teacher. They're just a different job. They're not over the They're not over the teacher. The principal is. Okay. It could be, if it's a big school, they'll have an assistant
All
principal
right.
before the principal. So you don't have a counselor would be involved if it's like there's some traumatic event, like somebody died or a student died, for example, in the school, they always have the counselor coming in, or a death is experienced by the child, and then you can refer them to the counselor. But when it comes to like discipline and angry parents, do not bring the counselor in, okay? Because their job is to counsel, to advise, okay? But not to intervene for you when somebody is mad.
Yes.
Ask the principal, okay? All right. So what did you learn from that answer?
Yes.
What do you do differently
So,
next time? What will you not do and will do?
there's a lot of info. I really learned a lot from that answer. In fact, I'm taking
tell
down
me
notes.
tell me one or two things though.
Again, Doc. I mean,
Tell
guess
me
my
at least two things
connectivity.
that you learned from that answer that I corrected you. What are the two things that you may have learned that next time I'll do this?
I'll have to highlight that parents are really our partners in education. And I need to have this thank you, at the last statement, there must be this, I need to highlight, and what's this? There must be a thank you thing that I really do appreciate. You come here. That's it. I need to really emphasize that.
Yep, you're
For it,
grateful. Yep.
yes, Doc.
A gratefulness will go a long way, and they know, and that goes with being humble, being the
Yes.
humility comes with that, because if a teacher acts like they're higher than the parents, that they are, oh, I'm high and mighty and you're just a parent, if you act like that, they're going to know that, and you should never act that way. I always thought of the parents of my students as my partners, always. Even when I was administrator, I also still just think, these are my partners and I need to get along with them. I need to make sure we solve problems together. We don't have two camps. It's not like an opposing team. We are in the same team. Okay. And that's the message you should go across. Okay. And that follow up and follow through, very important. That you have to follow up. You cannot just have that teacher that parent be like, okay, what happened to that one? You always need to go back. And I always, in fact, when I was administrator, I made, I have a calendar and I would always put a note like in 3 days, I'm meeting with Miss Smith. So I would say meeting with Miss Smith or email Miss Smith about this case, So I would make myself a note in my calendar so that I will really make sure I remember when I look at my calendar for the day, my schedule, I'm like, oh, I need to do this. What did I find out, And Stacey, in mind, being a assistant principal at that time when I was dealing with discipline, I had a database of my the different students that come to my room, because when they come, I also, before they leave, about whatever reason the teacher sent them, I also show them like their grades and all the different academic things that went on. Like, okay, let me see. I have access to everything. So I said, oh, let me see what's going on with your grades. Oh my goodness, you can do better than this, whatever. What's your goal? What do you want to be when you grow up? Because these are junior high. These are 8th and 9th grade students. So what do you want to be when you grow up? So, well, I'm just going to do this. And I'm like, okay, so what you did today, would that be aligned to, said you want to be a doctor? Okay, so your teacher today sent you here because of this. So do you think that what your action here today would align to Dr. So-and-so someday? Oh, no. And I said, well, then I want you to be thinking about your goal. Okay, that is your goal. I want you to, your action should match what your positive, your possible outcome or goal that you have in your life. Okay, so I don't just talk about like, let me just take care of this and put Band-Aid. I always kind of look at the big picture. How would this help the student in the long run? Okay, but this for the parent one, though, you are really there to, make them feel at peace, because right now they're mad. Sometimes they're not really mad at you. They're really mad at something else possibly in their life. They may be having problems with their marriage, and they're just like, okay, let me just take it out on this teacher. That could be it, but don't say that to your in the interview. But you just know that sometimes it's not really about you. Okay, it's something, the situation they're not happy about. Maybe their child is not performing like they should, and something needs to happen. So as a teacher, you are there to look at the root cause, okay, of it. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. All right. So sorry for putting you in the spot, and thank you for being such a good sport about it. But yeah, I like this forum to do this because your answer, and I'm telling you, that's a cultural thing. We really do talk in circles. I would say 5 sentences, and my husband would say, "You mean this?" One sentence, he would say that because I would go around and around and around. I would explain myself to death. And he said, "No, you need to become a direct communicator. Answer the question. Boom. That's it. Don't explain yourself for 5 sentences before you answer." Yeah, because that is a cultural thing. I promise you. I do not know if Ali or if Walter's still here, if that is an African thing too, but I know that's an Asian thing. We are indirect communicators. We don't want to hurt somebody's feelings, so we want just to explain ourselves to death. Yeah. I caught myself being in America now for 38 years. I'm catching myself becoming more Americanized in the way I speak because my own kids, my own biological kids who are 35 and 26, Stephanie's a psychologist, Jet is an engineer. They would say, "Mom, you mean this?" I'm like, "Yes, son, that's what I meant." Yeah, because I would do that. I swear that's gonna be hard to get rid of. Okay, so just kind of make yourself a note. This is what I'm going to do. Okay. All right. So good luck on your June
Yes,
3rd
Doc.
interview. I have a workshop that day in a school, but should be open after that. So let me know if you have any
Yes, Doc.
question. Like, what's your area again? I forgot. What do you teach?
Special education, Doc.
Oh my
Special
gosh.
education.
I want you to go to
Yeah.
IDEA, idea.org. I
Mm.
want you to read
Yeah.
all about special ed, okay? They're gonna ask you about
Yes, Doc.
treatment, about diagnosis, how do you diagnose them, how do you place them, who are the committee on the special ed to form that committee in order to talk about the IEP, okay? The individualized
Yes, Doc.
education plan, all those, so you need to be aware of that under IDEA. I have posted a presentation on special education questions on the ITSA page. You need to look for that. And I have
All right, Doc.
sample questions there with sample answers plus resources. So I want you to look for that. And if you cannot find it, email me and I will send it to you directly. Okay?
Yes, Doc.
McCullough@gmail.
Yeah.
And then you will be able to look at that and answer, and always put your own example after you answer. Okay? All right.
Yes, Doc.
So
Yeah.
yeah,
I
that
don't
would
know
be
if you
good.
have you received my video, Doc? I actually I sent the link to Sir Mike. I just don't know if because Sir Mike, right? That I guess it's lengthy. You require us to just have a form a 2 minutes video, but I guess it turns out into 10 minutes.
Oh no, I did not get
10
that.
minutes though.
I did not get that because
10
I would have said return it. I'm like, okay, I want you to condense this to 2-3 minutes. Yeah. Do not give me 10 minutes. People do not have the time to watch a 10-minute,
Yes, though.
yeah, introduction. And the same thing with you. When you answer those questions, you have to remember, I may just have 10 minutes slot for yourself, for you to be interviewed. So do not be taking that 10 minutes to answer one question because they may have 10
All
questions
right, though.
and you only got to one. Okay? So answer and go and stop.
Yes, though.
Okay? All right, got it. All right, I
All
can't
right.
wait to
Thank you,
see how you
though.
do on the Tuesday interview. Okay? Yep.
Yeah, thank you,
Well.
though.
Okay, you're welcome. All right, next, Mike. Because Jet is already up. I think it's nearly 11. So we need to stop in 10 minutes if we can. Can Giselle, can you or Mike or Debbie, can you set it for 10 minutes and then that way it will give you, and by the way, in your classroom, always do a time alert. When you ask them to do something, put the timer up and give them a time alert. Time alert means you tell them we have 2 minutes, 2-minute warning, guys. And then when it rings and you say, okay, then not everybody's up. I'll give you one extension. I'll give you 5 more minutes. Do you want 5 or 10 minutes? And so that way they'll really put a pressure on themselves to get done. So, but time alert will be so helpful to get them to accountability, to get them to have accountability. Plus, it will also help your ADD kids because they know that, okay, I have to focus now because I only have 5 minutes. I only have 10 minutes. Always make yourself always have a timer. In fact, the most important, one of the most effective strategies is 10-2 strategy, 10 minutes teacher talk. So you do your lessons in 10-minute increments. So after 10 minutes, you talk, you do your mini lesson or your lesson, a chunk of it, and then you stop. and you ask the students, okay, this is from here now, let's see what you think. Do think, pair, share. I want you to turn to your neighbor, and I want you to tell them what you think about what I just said, what the lesson I said. Summarize it to them, or tell me an example, whatever you want to tell them. Sometimes TPWS is even better. It's think, pair, write, and share, because you have them to write it in their daily notebook or whatever notebook. If you have an interactive notebook for that class, you can ask them in their journal, in their notebook, and then write it down before they share it. And that way they already have a plan on what to say. So TPWS I like better than TPS. Okay, so the 10-2 strategy combined with the TPS or TPWS are very effective. You know why? Because it will be anchoring the information in. So the students are, with our brain research is saying that students can learn chunks of information, but if you anchor it in by pausing and having to process it, they'll remember it better. They will put it in a long-term memory instead of the short-term memory. So it's very important. If you are teaching kindergarten and below, do 5-1, 5-minute teacher talk, and 1 minute they have to do something, either talk to someone or draw something or something that you're going to ask them to interact with the information through drawing, through sharing, or whatever. Okay, so if you always do that in your classroom, the students will remember your lesson better. Okay. In my room, they always group together. So I always would say, hi, share with your group on this. Okay, I want you to share whatever. And then after they share, I would say, I call 1 or 2 groups and say, okay, you group 1, what did you summarize what you just shared in your group? And they would share it to the rest of the class. Because I think of it like when there is a discover in real world, and then they would call a press conference to share to the world, just like that. You have this little group in your classroom and they sharing it, but you want the rest of the world, the rest of the class to learn from it. So that's why you ask a couple of them to share. Tell me what you shared there. Because when they're sharing, I also go around and monitor and give feedback. So I would hear some great things. I'm saying, oh, I heard some really awesome things in group 3. Hi, group 3, do you mind sharing what you just said about this? And then they would share. See, as a teacher, then I also did not just sit on my desk. I was also paying attention on what was being shared. And that way I'll know who to call. That might benefit the rest of the class. Okay, so those are some strategies that you could share if they ask you about some strategies that would help in your classroom. 10-2 and TPS, TPWS, gallery walk are good because they display their work there. You can even take it where they have to put a comment on the work by sticky note or or an index card, and they put a comment, a glow and grow comment on somebody's project or presentation. They can do it that way, and you ring the bell and they go to the next station, ring the bell and another station, and so on. And then go have the original group to go back and see what everybody's comments were. Okay, and they don't have, usually I say, you don't have to put your name because I want you to be honest. The feedback need to be honest. And you don't have to get somebody because somebody said something. And that's why I would say glow and grow. So if you have a index card, the front of the card may be a glow, and then the other one would be grow. Or if you don't want them to flip it over, you can just split it in half, cut them in half, and put the plus and the minus, or you can label it glow and grow. And then it's a little feedback for them from their own peers, which is powerful. And I will also do the same. If I ask my students to do something, I also do it. I'm also doing an index card, and I also put it in. If I ask my students to write something for 5 minutes, I'm also taking my notebook and I'm writing for 5 minutes. And I'm sharing what I wrote because that's an exemplar. Okay, you always share about that, an example. Okay, this is what I wrote about this. How do I feel about writing, for example? So then I would say, okay, I feel that I love writing, so this is my favorite subject. I would always share with them. And then now they feel safe to share with you because you already took the risk yourself. I did that in the workshop the other day, Mike's school, but Mike wasn't there. But I did that. I asked them to do a Padlet. By the way, Padlet.com is a really good way. It's a good technology thing that you can use. It's free. Padlet.com, you register or you can do as a guest. But then you ask a question and then you give everybody the link to it, and then everybody can participate, and you can project it on the board and everybody can see the comment, and it doesn't have their name. It would give you like a little animal nickname. Like like something lemur, something bear, something, there's always two words, like a description, but it's cute. And I would like when my workshop, I just read all the comments. I'm like, and they don't have their names. So we don't know who did it. But it was an honest thing about how do you feel about writing in the classroom? Because my workshop was about writing. And so there are people from different subject area. And so like I have them to do like a bumper sticker slogan about writing. And I said mine was like writing is like a box of chocolates, refer it to Forrest Gump. And, sometimes it's messy, but everybody's gonna have potential, something like that. But anyway, so sometimes it's messy, sometimes it's sweet, but everybody's got potential. I'm like that. So you encourage them to be creative, use technology, and use some strategy that works. Okay. All right. So last comment, MJ. Any last comment before I move to another person?
Yeah, for me, Doc, I am just really, I'm preparing right now for my, what's this interview this next week, and I hope so. I really can make it. I already have mentioned just earlier that, I actually, Doc, did it too. I got it, but still, I keep on waiting for the results. It's not yet. I mean, I didn't get yet the result. So I'm still waiting for, yes, their feedback and update. And the other one is by next week. So I hope so, Doc, that
Hope is a good school, by the way.
make
I
it.
was a consultant for Hope last year, and there's some Filipinos already there. There's 7 or 8, possibly, maybe 9. Anyway, and so there are a few there, and really good folks, really nice administrators. I always had lunch with the principal and the assistants, and when I go there, so one of the teachers that I coached was actually a Filipino teacher. She taught math, and when I had my party, I have a party here every July for our anniversary. This is our 38th year. And they drove all the way here. I'm 5 hours away. And she and her husband drove all the way here to where we live. And then because I went to their house, she threw me a little potluck too. She had all the teachers come. Well, not all of them came, but most of them came, and we had dinner together. So I get to meet the other Filipino teachers. And she did that on her own. She wanted to have me meet the others. And so yeah, so that's what we did. And so I felt close to her. And so she went here and visited me. So I miss her, Cecilia. All right. Okay. So Mike, who is it? Wilson. I see Wilson is here. Mona Lisa or hi Benita, you're new. Any of you?
Hello.
Yeah, who is it? Is that Wilson? Who is it that said?
Yes, Doc.
Yeah. Hey Wilson, what are you? What are you up to? Have you had an interview since I talked to you last?
Yes, Doc. I had an interview.
Okay.
Already.
With who? With whom?
With a visa sponsor.
Okay. Who is it? What company?
It was EPI.
Which one?
It was EPI, Doc.
Oh, EPI is good. Yeah, that's another. Is it EPI or API? EPI, right? E?
Yes, Doc. EPI.
Okay, what does it mean? Does it mean something, EPI?
Education program. I forgot.
Okay, that's okay. API. Okay, API. I've heard of API too. Were you happy with them? Was it good? Good interview?
Yes, Doc. Actually,
Okay.
I was waiting for principal's interview until Donald Trump dropped the bomb.
Oh no, I'm so sorry.
You
Oh
know,
no.
I
So
thought
they
the
stop it?
process was so fast. As
Yeah.
in, for 1 week, I received updates about my requirements. I accomplished them, one email after the other, and then after a day, they emailed me that I am approved for the program, and I just have to wait for a principal's interview.
Mhm.
And then after one day, I just slept, and Donald
This-
Trump.
Oh no. Well, maybe
Yeah.
that would
So
continue on. Yeah, it's for
Yes.
safety. You have to understand, in the politics
Yeah.
side, they also have to be careful. They also have
Yes.
to make sure. Yeah. So you have to understand that sometimes politicians
Yes.
make decisions because of the greater good, and so you'll just
Mm-hmm.
have to look at it that way, and that they will continue
Mm-hmm.
soon. because it really was not supposed to be affecting the international teachers. It's supposed to be international students. But because
Yes, Doc.
you're using the same visa, J1 visa, that's why it's affecting. Or sometimes it's not maybe affecting, but some of the sponsors are thinking it should affect because of the J1 visa, same name. So I don't know. I really don't know what the deal is. But my idea is that there are already some visas already been released. Like for example, Minga House had 50 slots available. That I wonder if that slots were affected, because these are not new visas. These are visas that's been released to the sponsors. And so they have 50 right now. And Glenn, from what Glenn said to me, it's like, Merlina, give me some names of folks that already have job offers, and I will offer them the visa slots. So it sounds like the visa slots that's been given to them may not be affected. I don't know. But I just know that for a fact that the new visas are available October 1st. So I'm thinking the October 1st may be more affected than the ones that's been released, but I would never know for sure. I have relatives that work for immigration. I do not even know if they'll know, but we'll find out. Usually they really cannot help you. They'll just like send you resources like links to it. They'll just say, okay, read this link, because they're not supposed to, I guess, really help directly, but they will give you resources to read. And once they do that, I will share it with everyone. Okay. So
Yes, Doc.
Wilson, good luck on it. I think you'll do well on any interview. You're so knowledgeable and you're so fluent, and you've got good
Doc,
experience.
I'm still very positive about what happened. I think it's more of a wake up call for me. I think I'm not yet that 100% ready for a principal's interview, so I'm taking this a little break as a a long preparation, so that when I had the shot, I will get it.
Yeah.
I'm very
Go
positive.
and review some of our old Zooms. I would say 70 and up or 80 and up. Number 80 and up would be loaded with things that should help you. Because you know how I knew, because I had to go back to it lately to go look for candidates.
Definitely.
Huh?
Up until I will definitely check it out, Doc.
Yeah, check
Actually,
it out.
I was listening earlier about Mr. Oloyede and Mr. Ruben earlier, and I learned a lot about classroom management. And I think, and it's really a wake-up call for me. I think I really need to learn a lot with regards to management.
Yeah, and the Zoom really, I'm telling you, nearly every Zoom would have some nuggets there that you can learn. So you don't have to watch the whole thing, just kind of skim and scan it, like forward it, whatever.
Yes.
And usually when any of the speakers would talk, they always would share something about the US, or if I would emphasize something from what they talk, a lot of times it's for you guys to learn from, because I get comments like Giselle and others would say things like, well, you know what, Dr. McCullough, your Zoom is not just about coming to America. It's really about teaching. I'm actually using immediately the things that I've learned in Zoom, but not just for coming to America. It's really for daily teaching. And I'm glad that you think that way, because it should be that way. Okay? Because good teaching is good teaching wherever you are. Okay? And practice it with our students there where you are, and then bring it to America.
Yes.
Yeah, already refined. Yeah. So you and Ali and others, I hope that you hear some great news. MJ.
Yes.
Okay.
Hopefully.
So thank you again. Yeah, hopefully we'll see you in person soon. Yeah.
Can't wait.
Yeah, can't wait too. Yeah. So maybe Erwin will come with you to Arkansas.
Maybe, Doc. We'll go there together.
Yeah, he said he's gonna go somewhere. All right, Jesus or Debbie, any comments so far? I know you have some really great comments always. So any comments from the people that I had talked to, from the folks I talked to earlier? Any advice for them?
And no, Doc, just absorb as much as you can. Bring your personality in it, and also be teachable in what the technicalities of what Dr. Merlina is imparting to all of us. It has to be us, our core, plus the technical, advices of Dr. Merlina. And at the end, it's always has to be God's will.
It's
God's
God's will. Yeah, it is God's will. So, hey, God, I do my best. Please do the rest.
yeah.
Pretty much that kind of prayer. You do your best always. But I think it's going to come through whenever they can see that you are all about kids and it's not about you. It's not about teachers. We're here we are here for service. It's not about us. It's really what we can do for students and how they can improve their life, not just the academic life, but also their life itself, their actual life. That's why the SEL, the social emotional learning, SEL strategies, those things from the heart, those are some really great things because those are the ones that they will actually remember you for. They won't remember you for the worksheet you gave them. It's for how you make them feel as a teacher, as a student. Like, you are special. I'm so happy that you're here in my class. I'm so grateful that the principal placed you in my classroom. I always had my students feel that way because I felt that way. Like, I'm so glad that you're here. This is a family. And remember a rule that what is shared here is going to stay here. You're not going to be telling our morning meetings in the morning led by our class president. We're going to talk about the local news, the national news, and the international news. We say that every day. So the local news would be things about themselves. And then what's going on in Arkansas and then what's going on in the world. They're going to talk about that. So my kids were always so aware of current events because they have to listen to the news or read the news in order for them to share something. And they have this little talking stick and they pass the talking stick. Whoever gets the talking stick get to talk. And so that's what they do is they just sit down in this or the carpet. When I did elementary, they were doing in the carpet. When I did high school, they were just doing in their seat. But they were just like talking about every day about the local, national, and international news. So they have to know what's going on. Okay, that's something you can do, and also that make it like they know about each other. When they know about each other, they're not going to bully each other because this is a family, and that's always what I show them. This is a family. You do not bully families. And if somebody died, our secretary will give a giant card signed by everybody, and this giant card would be brought by that person or delivered to their house from us, signed by all of us. So they would give a note like, okay, in the table, we have different centers. In the literacy center, there's going to be a card that everybody had to sign because we need to send it to so-and-so for the grandma's funeral or whatever. And so that's like how you deal with a family, like real life. That's what we do. And so you do that, emulate that in your classroom. Okay. Those are other ideas. Thank you, Deb. Okay. So who else did we not talk to? Hi, Benita.
11:08, Doc.
Who?
Sorry to interrupt.
I know it's
already
11.
11:08.
I know Dwayne was like selling me like time, and I'm like, I know.
Yes.
But I have some new names here, and I hate not to talk to them real quick though. So Benita, you want to say hi?
Doc Merlina, I'm sorry. Doc Merlina,
Yes.
this is Nina. We'll be there in few hours.
2 hours?
Yes.
Okay.
3
Maybe
hours.
no,
3 hours. Sorry, 3
three.
hours.
So
3
we're leaving at
hours.
5.
Good. We'll just have
We're
to
leaving
warm
at
up the food. I cooked a lot of food, so we're gonna just warm it up when you come here. Yeah.
Yes, Doc. Okay, see you.
Okay, you will have a feast. Okay, got it.
Exactly.
Looking forward to it. Okay, so next, Benita, did you
Yes.
say you want to talk to us or not? No last name, huh? Benita, no last name. That's good.
Yes, po. We
In your
have Ma'am
classroom,
Benita, Sir Jesus Vega, Ma'am Edna Kabuhat. So
any of
they
you just show
are
up. Hey, by
new
the
here.
way, first name should always be the one that you use in your classroom. I remembered hearing some teachers that would say, Mr. Smith, Mr. this, and all that. To me, that's I guess very formal, too formal. I know Filipino teachers, we tend to be formal, but in America, we're very informal. They want you to call students by their first names. Okay, and even the principal. That's why you notice with me and Ruby and Bobby today, I always just call them Ruby and Bobby, not Dr. Ellis and Miss Loewer, because in America they're very informal. They do not like, with me, I don't want to be called Dr. McCullough. Call me Merlina or Ellen. That's my nickname. So a bunch of the friends here would say Miss Ellen or Miss Merlina, but Dr. M, the students would call me Dr. M. But there's places for that, right? And so when I'm doing a workshop, then it's okay to call me Dr. Merlina. I have earned that. But when in other situations in your classroom, you are just you, right? So Benita, that's good. That's a good example for you. Benita, what'd you say? Where are you from in the Philippines? Benita, can you hear me? Benita? I see that you might hear me, but I do not know. Do you want to talk or not? I know you're taking off your earphone, but
Seems
Hello,
seems like she has a
Marlena.
problem with the audio.
Benita, what's up? There, that's Edna. So Edna,
Yeah.
Edna, Benita, I'm gonna go with you after Edna talks. Okay, go ahead, Edna.
Yeah, good. It's midnight here in the Philippines. You know, Doc Marlena, I'm sorry because I am here in Ilocos Norte for Palarong Pambansa 2025, and it was just concluded.
Okay.
And yeah.
How did you
And
all do?
we're
How
still
did you all
there.
do? Did you do a contest?
Yeah. I serve as a technical official in badminton.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, and the champion was National Capital Region, followed by uh, Calabarzon, and then Western Visayas.
Oh, okay. So
Yeah.
that is a national thing. So your school, is that one of them or no? Because usually the judge will not be one of the schools though, usually,
Yeah,
right?
I am from Region 4B.
Okay.
Yes, and we serve as technical
Well,
official
good for
in
you that
Palarong
you're a judge.
Pambansa.
Awesome. Yeah, you're
Yeah.
official. That's a very important job. Yeah. So you have any
Yes.
question for us? And by the way, you make sure that you mention that in your interview or in your cover letter or something that you are involved in that sport, because in America you can sponsor pretty much anything as long as you can get students to be in it. You can sponsor any club. Always clear it with your principal, of course. You know, for example, if I want to sponsor a chess club or a mahjong club, I'm doing a mahjong and chess club in my community this summer. So I'm having adults and kids learn mahjong and chess. And we are doing it in a downtown area, a restaurant partner of mine, and we're just gonna play for 2 hours, 2 to 4, Tuesday
Yeah.
and Thursday. Yeah. So you can do something like that in America. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to say thank you as I was listening, and you really inspired me, and I learned a lot from the sharing of everyone. That's
Good.
why I just want to say thank you for the learnings that I got this moment.
Good job. I'm glad that you're learning something. I guess I'm so geeky that anytime I learn one thing, I'm like, oh, I'm so happy. Like, yay, I learned something. Like I think
Yes,
Bobby,
yes,
yeah. So yeah, that's good. Life
yeah.
learning.
I had an interview last May 27
Okay, how did you do?
from the Metropolitan High School in New York.
Mhm.
And I only had 10 minutes interviewed from the principal of Metropolitan High School,
Okay.
and there's no result yet. I
No
am
result
waiting for the result.
What were
Yeah.
the questions that stumped you? Was there a question that was hard for you or easy?
It's for me it's easy. It's about the how do you structure your plan, how do you structure um, your plan, and
How did
the
you answer that?
components.
How did you answer
So
that? Hi, babe.
I answered that I started, of course, from the based on the curriculum standard, and also I start from the objectives, then what's the resources to be and strategies to be used, and also the assessment, and then the reflection or the exit ticket for my students.
Okay. Well, the only thing that you miss on that, Edna, that you might want to add is your knowledge of students. Okay. You always need to say it's going to be based on what I know about kids, because I always customize my lesson to basing on my students for the year. Because you're not going to have a 30-year lesson plan that you're going to use from year to year, because you're going to have different kids, right? So if your
Yeah.
answer is like that, you always start with kids. These are because of what I know about my students, I would do this. I would customize it based on their needs. And then you go to strategy. See, National Board Core, knowledge of students, knowledge of content. These are the strategies that I know would work for them, because I know 70% of the students are going to be VK, going to be visual kinesthetic learners. So I know hands-on activities would work. So I may start with a hook, 4, 3, 5 minutes, a 2 to 3 minutes video, for example, to engage them. And then, you have to just don't do generic like you did. Always do an example. So you can say, for example, I had a unit on electricity. So I started with, a little video about whatever. Now, or you could say, I brought in somebody to speak to my students about electrical safety. So things like that. So you kind of make it like an actual example. Like if you're going to do a structure, a unit, or a plan, you need to make sure that you give specific example. Otherwise, your answer will be generic, and generic answers will not get good scores. Okay, so always, yeah, do that, and use the one that you just did lately, because that way it's so fresh in your mind. Okay, for example, my last unit that I did with my students were this, and the decision making I did was because I knew that my kids are into this, whatever. Okay, so you do that. I love that you did. I love that you did though, how you opened and how you ended and so on. Just add a little meat to it. Okay, because you really got the answers already. You just have to kind of make it more specific. Got it?
Yeah, thank you.
I bet you did well. I bet you did. So you have to let me know, okay, Edna?
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Bye.
Jesus. Yeah, bye-bye. Jesus, because we're about to be done. Jet is already up. I told him I need to be done. My son is here.
Hi, yes, though.
Yeah, hello, Jesus. Hi, I've
Good
seen you
morning.
before. It's been a long time since you were here.
And good evening.
Are you in America already?
I think this is my third time.
Yeah,
But before I was using my nickname, Don Vega.
But your face, I
Don.
remembered. Your
I am
glasses, I remember.
actually here in Qatar.
You're in Qatar still, okay?
Yeah.
Mhm.
I'm actually here in Qatar. Sir Mike, Marina, Sir Joel, and Sir Elmerson were my
He has brought all of his friends here,
colleagues
by the
here.
way.
The
Jesus,
same
you are
school,
missing.
same
Jesus,
station.
did you hear me? I said Mike has brought all his friends here.
Yeah.
And in fact, they're coming to my house today. A
Yeah.
few of them are coming to my
That's it.
house today. Yeah. So, okay. Well, what do you
Yeah.
teach in Qatar again? What do you
I'm
teach?
here in Qatar, and I'm teaching civil technology.
Civil, okay.
In the Philippines, that's a part of practical arts.
Okay. What is it part
Industrial
here, Mike?
arts,
What is that part here, Mike?
actually.
Industrial?
Yes po, industrial technology.
Okay.
Mostly po,
Hello.
to be specific, I think civil technology. Actually, Doc, I already submitted his resume to the pool because they're looking for a carpentry teacher.
Oh, you're the carpenter person here.
Unfortunately, unfortunately,
Unfortunately, what happened?
yeah, she has already
Yeah.
an applicant that
Aw.
time. Yeah.
Jesus, we need to bring you here. I need to have you help me make a little cabin.
Yes.
So the teachers can have a place to camp
Sure,
out when
Doc.
they come by my pond.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll be glad
Yeah.
to make
Well,
one for you. Okay.
Well,
Yeah.
I want you to try to apply in bigger schools, because most of the smaller school might not have more than one opening. So you may want to try Little Rock or North Little Rock. You just put Little
Yeah.
Rock School District, North Little Rock School District, Jacksonville School District. Those are big. Or if you can just say any state, you say the 10 biggest school districts and then put the state that you want, and then you will list you the 10 biggest. Those are the ones that you need to apply in for your degree, because that your degree is very rare. They don't have very many, and so you wanna go to the big schools for you. But that's only an hour from where Mike and them is, so it's not too far from them. Okay.
Yeah, Doc.
Yeah, it's not too far. It's only a drive. Mike I'm sure will go there in the weekend. So yeah. So
Alright.
do that. Do the big schools in Arkansas if you're doing Arkansas, and if you go do other state, just Google them. 10 biggest
Yeah,
districts.
Doc.
If
Glad to
if
hear
Mike,
that from glad to hear that from you. All
yeah,
of those.
yeah,
Yeah.
you're welcome. Hey, Mike, will you please post again that the 50 postings, Mike, the 50 state posting, Mike, so everybody can have it? Because I already
Sure po,
Googled that for you. The 10 to 20 biggest schools in every state. I have them on a Google sheet, and all 50 states in order. And all you have to do is hit it, and then it will go straight to the website that
Yeah.
you can apply. So if Mike will do that, then everyone else, you need to go to chat and copy and paste it to a Google document or Word document. That way you'll have it. Okay? Because if you send me your resume or cover letter, you should already have this because I always send it over to you. So
Doc, I've emailed you the cover letter as well as my resume to you.
Did I answer you?
But it was the resume and cover letter sent to Dr. Poole.
It's the same. It's okay, but I don't think Mike, did you forward Jesus to me? I don't remember seeing it. Because I would have remembered.
The link, Doc. I sent you the link po.
Did you?
The
Okay.
link of their resume and CV.
Okay, I'm gonna check it then.
CV, resume and cover letter po.
I'm gonna make a note about checking. It will be coming from you, Mike.
Yes po, yes po. I shared. I sent you the link po.
Okay. Okay. So Mike, you might have to resend it if I didn't get it because you know me. I will always
Yes
ask
po, yes po.
if I got it. Yeah. Okay, so thank you again, Jesus, and I want you to try that, okay? Just like I said to Walters, you need to apply in the bigger town because of the reason of your rare subject area.
Thank you, Doc.
Yeah, you're welcome. All right, the Benita, are you ready now to talk, or do you want to just like listen this time? Some people would rather listen the first time they come or second time because they don't want to talk yet. That's okay. I respect that. No big deal. So who else want to talk? Because I'm going to close up. Jet is up, and I need to visit with Jet and my husband and cook for some of the Filipinos that are coming. I didn't realize there's that many, Mike, that are coming. Okay, they're on their way already. Okay, so nothing else. Nobody else. There's MJ. I talked to MJ already. So I got Wilson. How about Mona Lisa? Mona Lisa, you just want to listen, obviously. See, I'm doing this. I cannot see. Okay, so I guess I just want to tell you that thank you so much for attending. I know it's late, especially if you're still in the Philippines. It's very late. It's about midnight there now, or over midnight now. So thank you for being patient, and thank you for always watching our videos and liking them and commenting on the Facebook and YouTube. If you have not subscribed to our YouTube, please do it. On our Facebook also. Our goal in YouTube is 1,000. We are now 600 something. And on YouTube, our goal is 10,000 and we have 8,200 something. So for 1,700 something, we're going to reach our 10,000. That's when we get sponsorship. And that would be good to have sponsorship because when we do activities for the teachers, like our field trip or whatever, then we'll have some money to spend on those trips that we do. We have done free art museum trip that we had fun. We went to Dallas, Texas, and so on. So anyway, I think Mike was missing all that because he went on all his own vacation with his family. So I don't think he have gone to any of our major trips, Mike, huh? He makes his own trips. Anyway, okay, I just want you to remember that you are making a difference in the lives of kids. So continue to do what you do and continue to care for the students. It's all about them, okay? And I will see you on the 14th of June. That's the middle of June, usually the middle of the month of each month we have a mahjong party here at my house. So the 15th, I have one here. But anyway, so the 14th, I will see you. We always use the same link. We use the same time. So if you already have the invitation, then you can keep that invitation. Just remember that we skip a Saturday and the next Saturday we have it. Okay? All right. So this is Zoom 99 and this is Merlina signing off. Okay. Bye, guys.
Thank you,
Bye, Doc.
Doc.
Bye,
Thank
Doc.
you,
You're
everyone.
welcome.
Bye, Doc. Thank
Bye,
you.
MJ. Bye. Okay.